Hello, everyone. I will be starting in just a few minutes. I'm just now getting everything going in my office. There was a lot of traffic in car drop-off line this morning, unfortunately, but I will be getting things started in just a minute.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Maggie.
Hello, everyone. Again, I'm so sorry that we're getting started a few minutes late, but I wanted to make sure that I had everything up. It looks as though some folks did not get the link, and so please, if you know of someone that did not get the link, have them just email me, and I have my email up so I can forward the link to them. I just have a few announcements that I want to get started with, and then I'll introduce our first speaker, and then we will get started. First of all, as we go through the day, there will be opportunities for question and answer. And if you look, I believe on your screen, it's going to be at the top of the screen, it'll say Q&A, and it has 2 chat boxes. If you click on that, you should be able to enter any questions that you have for the speaker. And as we answer them, we will be able to see which ones we've answered as we go through. The chat box is really more for if you have something, a comment that you'd like to make, or if you'd like to share something with the rest of the attendees, you're welcome to do that. But for questions for our speakers, if you could please try to put those in the Q&A, that would be very helpful, so we can manage those a little bit more effectively. I'm going to put up a slide in just a minute with some of this information, but I just wanted to announce, first of all, that you will receive, those of you that are getting continuing education for today, will receive an email likely in a couple of business days from Holly Cook, and that will give you everything that you need to know, including a link to an evaluation that you have to fill out in order to get the continuing education certificate. So just look for that in a few days. You should receive that from Holly. You will also receive a follow-up email from MHA Spartanburg, which will also have just some information about the link to the recording of today. So if you'd like to rewatch anything, or if you missed something that you'd like to go back and see, you're welcome to do that. And then also we'll have some information on there just about our other educational events that'll be coming up in the near future. So look for those 2 emails. I will be putting up a slide in a few minutes and throughout the day during our breaks that has just information specifically from MHA of Spartanburg on our next educational program. Also, we are now accepting online donations. We're very excited about this capability, and I want to make you aware of that on our website. So I'll be putting all of that up. There's also a Facebook page that we have, and we'd really love for you to follow and like us, and we will do the same back for you. It's just a good way to get out the word that we have, the resources that we do, and we're trying to get education out to the community as much as possible. So we're really excited to be able to do that, and hope that you all will join us in our efforts to reduce stigma around mental illness, as that is our mission in this community. Okay, so we're going to get started. Our first speaker is Jordan Crosby. Jordan is a marriage and family therapist. He works for the department. Oh, excuse me. I apologize. Jordan, I apologize. I might not have your updated information. I might need you to share that with us, and I apologize for that. I thought I had your updated bio, but it looks like I might not have received that. So
it's all good. So my name is Jordan. I used to work for Department of Mental Health in Spartanburg and love them, and now work in 2 different private practices, Healing Solutions in Spartanburg, and then I work for Burkana Collective over in Greenville. I have worked with I have worked with teenagers and adolescents and young adults in a variety of different settings. I've worked for colleges. I was school-based with Department of Mental Health, and I worked at Dorman High School. And now I work with couples, other relationships, teenagers, adult individuals. So with a variety of different sort of needs, but I primarily work at that intersection of sexuality and suicidality. I'm a DBT therapist, and so I work a lot with chronically suicidal populations. And I'm also on the board for Piedmont Care, which is the HIV/AIDS organization that serves Spartanburg County, Union County, and Cherokee County. And I'm a Capricorn. Maggie, you're muted.
Thank you. I just noticed that. So thank you, Jordan. I appreciate that. And I apologize again for not having that updated information. So some of those changes were more recent. Is that correct?
Yes. So I just went to private practice in the beginning of September. So
Okay.
those are very recent.
Yes. Okay. Well, we're so glad to have you here with us today. And I'm just going to turn things over to you. We will make sure that we have some time for question and answer when you're done with your presentation. You have your PowerPoint that you can share with us just by using your screen. Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Of course. It says that the host has disabled participant screen sharing. Okay. All right. So, oh my gosh. Here we go. All right, so today we are going to be talking about some teen taboos, including sex, porn, and masturbation. Nothing to start off your morning like some fun topics such as these. So today is going to be all about finding ways to lower sexual risk in adolescent populations. So like I said, I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist associate here in South Carolina. I work with teenagers and young adults, primarily 13 to 22, but I see some younger and I see some older. I've worked on college campuses, high schools, community mental health, the Department of Mental Health, and now I'm in private practice. Work with kids, teens, and adults who are part of the LGBTQ population. I've worked with sex workers. I have worked with the BDSM community, the polyamorous community, and then, of course, folks who are living with HIV/AIDS. And then I'm a DBT therapist. So I specialize in suicidal populations. This is my disclosure statement. I am not being paid off by the Spartanburg regional system, and I'm not being bribed to provide this information to you today. Nothing of that sort. So these are our objectives for today. So the first one is that y'all are going to learn about the history of sex ed in the United States. We're going to then talk about current trends of research concerning teenagers' sexual expressions. Our third objective is that we are going to learn about the current needs within the field of sex ed. And then finally, we are going to learn about one of many different approaches to sex ed that I currently use that decreases risk and shame while also prioritizing power and autonomy. So I want to share a little bit about where I come from, because sex is one of those super divisive sort of topics, I know. And so I want to just kind of inform y'all where the kind of assumptions that I take in my practice. So consent is always key. It always comes back to consent. Consent is between two parties or more who are able to consent. So of course we have the age of consent within South Carolina, which is 16, and we've got all the other kind of different Romeo and Juliet clauses in there. And of course we want people who are able to consent. So if you're under the influence of a substance, or if you're a part of a population such as someone with like a developmental disability, sometimes consent can kind of change according to the developmental abilities of the person and substances and all that kind of stuff. So it always comes back to consent. Consent is like key. Power and feeling powerful is the root of sex and sexuality. I attach no morality to sexual behaviors. I'm not in the business of morality. I leave that to the philosophers and the religious folks out there. I don't do morality. I look at the health of a behavior. How is it affecting the physical, emotional, social, different healths of an individual? All sex is inherently risky. There's social risk, biological risk, health risk, emotional risk. And my job is to reduce the risk. I acknowledge that the risk is there, and we're working to decrease it, not to eliminate it. Consent is always key. Language is incredibly important to the conversations that we have concerning sexuality. And I aim to be as inclusive, clear, and accurate as possible with my language, and language is always evolving. So a big thing that I can think of that y'all might hear in some of the later presentations is how we're moving away from the term committing suicide to someone died by suicide. So even though 20 years ago, committed suicide would be a very present term within the mental health field, we're now moving away because language evolves. And the same is true of language concerning sexuality. My next assumption is just because something is not typical of my culture or my upbringing does not mean that it is wrong. It's also important to recognize the norms of the culture that we're in, and we balance those two. So that's always kind of an ebb and flow sort of situation. I believe that people should be met where they're at. I do not try to assume any level of knowledge or experience that an individual may have. And this is from the world of DBT, but we have the assumption that people are doing the best that they can, and there's always room for growth. And those two things always coexist. And did I mention that consent is key? And this is my final little statement here, that sex is very divisive and a very individualized topic. So every family, every individual, every culture has their own concept of it, and you may not agree with what I say. Sometimes I don't agree with what I say, but I aim to create a space where we can coexist in our differences. And as we say in the sex therapy world, we don't yuck someone else's yum. So I would like to hear from y'all, and I don't know whether, I guess this would go in the chat feature, that what is the funniest or most inaccurate thing that you have ever heard someone say about sex? And I will tell you one of the most recent ones that I have heard. So I want to make sure, oh, no. I'm able to see the chat feature, right?
Yes, she should be.
Okay.
Do you see
Oh,
it?
here we go. All right. So hit me up in the chat box. Corey, I'm very sure. I know it is early. We are all probably barely, it's not even 9 o'clock, y'all. So, and of course it could be something that you are comfortable sharing. I don't want you sharing something that you're uncomfortable sharing. You don't have to admit that it was you who believed it. But working with teenagers and young adults and even fully grown adults, y'all, I hear lots and lots of inaccuracies. So what are some that y'all have heard? And I'm assuming that most of y'all work in like healthcare or mental health. So I know that y'all hearing them. Corey, stop. Okay. I've had bad pizza too, though. The soaking thing is very interesting. I'm on TikTok, and the soaking trend is very it's like trending, I guess, on TikTok, and then I saw it on Twitter. I don't even know if I want to fully get into description of what soaking is today, because that's a whole conversation in itself. But if you look it up, I recommend not doing it on your work's Wi-Fi. Unless you're a sex therapist, we can get away with anything. The one that I heard the other day, and this was from an adult, that you could flip a condom inside out and use it again, which is concerning on several different levels. So, and this was a fully grown adult, had another client being saved sandwich bag. You know, I don't know if I have that much faith in my sandwich bags, but I use the store brand, so I don't know if Great Value would is that dependable. But yeah, so it's of course huge. So we hear lots and lots of myths, and some of them are funny and some of them are very concerning. Zipline. Yeah, not Greater Value, not Archer Farms. All right, so our table of contents. First, we're going to go into the history of sex ed. So many of us in this chat, in this webinar today, are either the first or second generation in the United States to ever receive a formalized, publicly funded sex ed education. So the baby boomer generation, more or less, was the first, and Gen X and millennials kind of serve as the second. And really, this education was a result of increased premarital pregnancies that were happening in the mid to late 1960s, and then the HIV/AIDS epidemic that was happening in the early 1980s. So by the late 1980s, mid 1990s, 49 out of 50 states were receiving federal funding to provide abstinence only until marriage sex education. And so throughout the presentation, AOUM stands for abstinence only until marriage. So of course, some of the limitations of this curriculum is that research has found that it actually does not lower the age of initiation of sexual contact, also known as the sexual debut. In the world of sex therapy, we're moving away from the phrase like losing one's virginity, because that does kind of have a connotation of morality to it. We're trying to stay morally like neutral in the language. And it actually doesn't lower the rates of risky sexual behaviors, according to this research, including sex without protective barriers like a condom, dental dam, etc. But still, AOUM curriculum still holds the largest amount of funding, which in 2016 was $85 million. AOUM has some pretty strong lobbyists, and so it receives a lot of funding. And so there are other programs out there, like some teen pregnancy prevention programs that receive federal funding, but by far the vast majority of it is going to AOUM, when there are many other evidence-based curricula that are not being funded. So, yes, indeed. All right, so this is kind of the legacy of AOUM that we're living with, is that AOUM, which is what we currently have in South Carolina, and I'll share with you the laws of sex ed in South Carolina, is that it doesn't sufficiently teach about protective barriers. So I know in my own sex ed experience that I did not learn about protective barriers until I was either 16 or 17, which for many, if you work with teenagers, you know that 16 or 17 may be far too late for folks. Yes. And that so it's too late. It doesn't teach about protective barriers. It pushes traditional gender roles. So I had a student who was telling me, and the student, she identified as gay, and a part of her sex ed, there was like a quiz, and it was like, if you and your future husband have sex and get pregnant, which one of you will choose to quit their job to take care of the kid? And she's like, I'm not going to have a husband. That's kind of the whole point of who I am. And it just like, it made the whole activity just like go out the window. And so, but that was a part of the curriculum that was provided. And then, of course, it inadequately addresses the non-heteronormative, your LGBT populations. And the gender roles place a lot of responsibility on the women to maintain the sexual health practices when it should be everyone's responsibility to maintain healthy practices. The sex ed curricula vary greatly by state and school district, and even by teacher within the school, because the source calls it a patchwork of laws. And so there's really no standard law really anywhere, where they're very broad and just very, there are a lot of different ways to interpret the laws depending on where you are. And certain teachers even may have a certain level of discomfort with certain topics and may not include them. You also have people who are teaching sex ed who have received no formalized training in human sexuality. And so, like at some schools, part of the JROTC program is teaching sex ed. You have, you know, of course, gym and biology, and there's really no like standard person who is teaching it. And I'm not saying any of those people are bad to teach it, but I am saying that many of them have not received the formal education in it. So some of the statistics here that only 33 states require information about HIV, only 18 about contraceptives, only 13 states require medical accuracy, 26 states require age appropriateness, 8 states require freedom from race and gender bias, 8 require that it be inclusive of sexual orientation, and 2, that it not promote religion within the sex ed curriculum. So this is what the laws look like within South Carolina. The first is that South Carolina schools are required to teach sex ed. The curriculum is not required to be comprehensive. So it could be very, very surface level, very, very short term, very like kind of, we're going to do this for an hour and then we're never going to talk about it again. The curriculum must stress abstinence. It is not required to include instruction on sexual orientation or gender identity. And Gen Z, who are current high school students, and then we have Gen Alpha, who would be like middle school and under. But Gen Z, currently around 30% of them identify as LGBT in some way. So 30% of our students may not be included in the curriculum. And the curriculum is not required to include instruction on consent. However, the state of South Carolina standards for health and safety education recommend instruction on consent. And South Carolina is actually one of the few states that requires or that gives or puts consent in the standards, I'll say. So South Carolina is doing really well in that capacity. Parents must be informed of sexuality specific instruction, and they're allowed to remove their children from any part of the health education classes. This is referred to the opt-out policy. It's really interesting, like in the state of South Carolina, the age of medical consent, of course, is 16. So there's kind of like that gray area of 16 to 18, where a 16-year-old could consent to not surgery, but different medical kind of services or therapy, and yet their parent could still take them out of sex ed at school. And there is no requirement or standard for providing medically accurate sex ed instruction in the state of South Carolina. So there are more stats and figures on South Carolina sex ed at this link. And so this is this organization here, SEICUS, is the like sex ed, I think like accreditation kind of organization for the United States. So they have information for every state. Make sure. All right. So what do y'all think about South Carolina's laws concerning sex ed, and maybe about AOUM laws? Let's see. Yeah, the medically accurate thing is really interesting. Yep, outdated. The student having a say about the class. I think that's really interesting too, because they're also, I think about some of my students. I work with students who have trauma, and a lot of them may not want to be in sex ed. It may be really like traumatic for them or triggering for them to be in sex ed. And maybe their parents could be like forcing them in it. I've seen it the other way too. And Tracy, you are very right that we have kids who are engaging in sex well before the information that is needed, that we, I think, are so maybe caught up in sex being awkward to talk about, that we're trying to like procrastinate on talking to kids about it, and just like hope that they find out stuff on their own. Yeah, a lot of them, like, I mean, I have had 10, 11, 12 like year old clients who are engaging in sex. We were literally told, yes. So Corey, what I have heard and what I have experienced is that yeah, in South Carolina there is no talk of contraceptives until high school, and they usually delay it, in my experience, until high school biology, which is happening like 10th or 11th grade. And so really like in middle school is when they're just like preaching on the abstinence only. And then they talk about the STIs a little bit. I know, and I don't know if this is other people's experience or if my teacher is just off the wall, but we had like a presentation in high school biology where we were shown pictures of the STIs, and they were like blown up on the projector screen and were like super up close and just like very, very like graphic. And I kind of wonder now if all of those were medically accurate photos or if they were actually labeled correctly. Definitely a lot of questions that I have following that experience. All right, let's see. Yeah, I hate those slides. All right, so here are trends in sex ed. So, sorry, y'all. So the current research is saying that since 1995, there's actually been a decline in the amount of students receiving sex ed. And girls' rates of sex ed have decreased more sharply than boys have. Rural and lower socioeconomic status populations receive less sex ed. Sex ed is mistimed, happening after sexual debut, which is speaking to Tracy's point there. Receipt of information from parents has actually stayed pretty consistent, and teen pregnancy is lower. So with the amount of sex ed, formal sex ed declining, and teen pregnancy decreasing, that's suggesting that information is coming from somewhere. And these researchers are have the conjecture, and I think we maybe all could attest to it, that maybe a lot of the information is coming from online. And so that could be really scary, because if you work with teenagers, you know what all they could be looking at online. I just want to keep up with their comments. Yeah, wow. Oh yes, Sally, the whole, if we don't talk about suicide and we don't talk about sex, it'll never happen. I was real popular working in the school sometimes, with those two being my areas of specialty. So where does that leave us? So the roots of the American sex ed system are in preventing unwanted pregnancy and disease, and they are not about encouraging healthy sexuality. We also, I was just talking to a client about this the other day, have attached some sense of morality to teenage pregnancy and to disease, because you'll hear people use the phrase clean. that like, oh, they weren't clean pertaining to like them having an STI. Suggesting that if you have an STI, you're dirty, which has this whole like concept of morality wrapped into it. And so, yeah, it's not about increasing this sense of identity and exploration and autonomy. It's really about like, you're getting this so that you don't end up pregnant or getting someone pregnant and you don't get a disease. It is often inconsistent, meaning that every kid does not get the same information. It is often biased. So even if it's coming from a parent, the parent's experiences are really going to heavily influence the kind of information that they're giving to their kids. It's often too late, meaning that you have parents talking to their kids about sex when they're like 18 and they've already been sexually active for like 7 years. And it's often really limited in scope. So it's really hyper focused on the health practices and not on the other realms of sexuality, which I'll be sharing with y'all in just a few minutes. The receipt of formal sex ed is on the decline, with kids being sexually engaged earlier. And I'd be really curious to know with the pandemic how that's influencing the age of sexual debut, because working with teenagers during the pandemic, they have been very social, I will say. And so I would be very curious to see how the pandemic is affecting that. And there are higher rates of informal sex ed coming from what could be really, really unreliable or inaccurate sources. So I don't know if y'all are on TikTok, but if you work with teenagers or even young adults, I would encourage getting on there and seeing it. I think it's really interesting. I follow like therapists and stuff on there and teachers. And I also follow some sex ed instructors. So there's actually some really, really good information on TikTok. And I've also heard some really, really inaccurate information, not even just about sex, but about mental health in general. So these are some of my ideas for solutions. So these are coming from me, but I think that they could be solutions. So I want my clients I want to ensure that they're receiving information at all about sexuality. And so I'm a part of my intake process with my clients is I ask if they have talked to their parent, guardian, adults about sex ed, whether they've received it in school or not, what all they kind of know, depending on the age. Usually starting about 12, I start to ask that I frame sexual health in a neutral light, not positive, not negative. It is what it is, sort of like the same way that we wouldn't say your kidney functioning is good or bad. It just kind of is. We wouldn't talk about like, the dermatologist isn't saying whether, your pores are good or bad. They just are what they are. But really treating sexuality as a healthy form of self-expression and treating it as a biological system, because really that is what it is. I believe that we should be providing evidence-based and inclusive curriculum earlier. I think that we should have better support for parents in the delivery of accurate and inclusive sex ed. So sometimes with my teen clients, I will meet with their parents separately and we'll talk to the parents about how to talk to their kids about sex, because I really want the parents to do it. Like I want that to be a conversation that they have with their kids, and I want to empower the parents to know how to do it. Because it is awkward. And if you never received it yourself, how the hell are you supposed to know how to do it to someone else? And then I also want to make my clients aware of misinformation that they may receive and how to receive accurate information. And that goes in general for things they read online. Q&A. So D 111860 asks, how early do I think the child should be for sex ed? I think it depends on what you consider sex ed. I think that sex ed in some way could start at about age 2 or 3, and y'all are about to like pick your jaw up off the floor. I do not think you should be telling the full story to a 2 or 3-year-old, but consent, I think definitely can start at age 2 or 3. So teaching a toddler that their body is their own, allowing a toddler choice in what they want to do. So even like, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Now it's not open-ended question, because if you just ask a toddler that, who knows what they're going to say. But do you want, I don't really work with toddlers very often, but do you want a peanut butter and jelly sandwich, or do you want chicken nuggets? And allowing them to choose. And y'all may be like, what do chicken nuggets and sex have anything to do in common? Well, we're teaching our kids that they're able to make choices for themselves, and that starts at age 2 or 3. You're using accurate language for their body parts at age 2 or 3. And then as they're getting older, you're moving away from, this is your body, these are the names for it. You always have a right to allow people to see or touch your body. I would definitely start the conversations at 2, 3, 4. Who are good people to see your body? Who are people who shouldn't be seeing your body? I have heard, I don't know, like, the nature of the people in this webinar, but I've seen some really good TikToks from pediatricians who talk to their patients really, really well about, I'm a safe person to see your body. Who are other safe people who can see your body, with a parent in the room, and they have that conversation. In terms of like the actual maybe mechanics, we'll say, of sex, I would say that as really middle school is where I would start. But even earlier for things like menstruation, the puberty talk. So that basically everything that's happening, I think, should happen a stage earlier. So we're teaching 12-year-olds about puberty, where some people are starting puberty at like 9. So I think we should start the puberty talk maybe like 8 or 9. And then I think we should start what we do with the 16 and 17-year-olds, the mechanics of sex. I think that should start maybe at like 12. And then all the emotional sort of health, I think all of that should be dispersed through it. Y'all, I bet you did not know that you were going to get a wild question or a wild topic like this morning. All right. So I see these yes. Oh, yes, Sally. Sally said that parents need to be using medically accurate terms for bodies. Yes. I agree. So where do y'all think teenagers are getting their information regarding sex? Yeah, friends. Susan's hitting on a big one. Yep. Friends, the internet, TikTok, porn is a huge one. Agreed. Yes. So let's go into power. So power is the root of sex. And I came to that conclusion from working with clients who were sex workers and clients who were a part of the BDSM community. And other sex therapists, we've all kind of collectively come, not all of us, but many of us have come to this conclusion that power is the root of sex. Power is what makes sex enjoyable. Power is what can also make sex really unhealthy too. So mindful power and safely pushing limits are what keeps sexuality alluring, fresh, and enjoyable. And especially that safely pushing limits, that is what, when as a sex therapist, I also work with like married folks who come in who've been married for like 60 years and they like their sex life is, they say, is awful. The way that you can refresh the sex life is safely pushing limits and having healthy communication. And so we have to be mindful that kids and teenagers do that too. So a lot of what they're doing is they are pushing those limits, and we want them to be safely pushing the limits. And we are teaching our teens about how to achieve power all the time, consciously and subconsciously. So whether parents or guardians are talking to their kids are not about sex, we are teaching them all about the powers of gender roles, the power of consent. Like, remember what I said about like the 3-year-old? If you are always, if an adult is always doing for a kid and never allowing the kid to have the power of choice, they are teaching that kid that they have no power over their own body. So whether that parent knows it or not, they are teaching their kids about the power that that kid thinks that they're capable of having. And so we want to use power in a way that is informed by the research, of course. So I came up with this little acronym here, and I came up with this when I was presenting to the Department of Mental Health, because I was like, man, when I think about one thing that I would love about this job, it would be getting paid more. And I think everybody here probably would like to be getting paid more. So I use the acronym PAID, and that stands for Positive, Accurate, Inclusive, and Deliberate. So the first one, positive, fighting shame. So we got to normalize. That sexual expression varies greatly. And that's where that phrase, don't yuck someone else's yum, comes from. Many of our children and our teenagers are engaging in behaviors that maybe we are not super familiar with or comfortable with. Like, I've talked to some therapists who've worked with kids who are like humping their stuffed animals. And the parents are like freaking out because they think that this is a sign of something really, really bad happening. That we think back to the health and mechanics, biological principles of it, that probably feels good to the kid. Let's find a way to reduce the risk. So rather than them engaging that behavior in the middle of the living room, redirect them to their own room for that sort of behavior, but not attach any sense of morality to it. Genitals are not no-no parts or any of the other wild names. They could be called maybe private areas or your own areas, to signify that they have a sense of power over their body, and they allow people to see or not see their body. Young children are not discouraged from exploring their body. They're redirected to private spaces. So naturally, kids just as they're reaching that like 3, 4, 5 age, like they're like checking out the neighborhood, like they're seeing what's going on. And so rather than telling them not to do that, directing them to a space where they can do that. So like their room or the bathroom or somewhere with the door, and privacy. Sexuality is framed as a biological function, and it is sometimes an expression of emotion or identity. So at its base, sex is biological. It's how we all got here. And it can also be an expression of our emotions or who we are as people. And pregnancy and disease are not framed as a result of immorality. We are not living in the Scarlet Letter anymore. None of us are Hester Prynne. We do not need to shame our folks about pregnancy nor about disease. You can have people who are practicing with the utmost care sexually, and disease and pregnancy are just inherent risks no matter what you're doing. So it is not immorality, it is not ignorance. It's often just a result of the risk of sex. All right, accurate. We are fighting falsehoods. Sex ed should be evidence-based. It should be based in research. Parents and clinicians alike should be collaborating with the child's doctor to ensure the accuracy of information. So if we're talking medical sort of information, I always say go back to the pediatrician or the primary care physician. Make sure that what's going on is not the result of something medical happening. And if you as a parent or you as a clinician are unsure of the information regarding the sexual practice, consult with a doctor. They're great. They're great for that sort of thing, and that's within their training. We want to make sure that information is gathered from reputable sources. We want to be going to those .org websites rather than Cosmo magazine, that sort of thing. Medical terms are used for the body parts and functions. I would say if you are initiating the language, that's how I would talk about it. But I've also had clients who come in and they will, like, if they're comfortable using the word dick and that's within their language, then I'm going to match it. Sometimes, not always. And we acknowledge the truth. Many children and teens have an innate desire to explore sexuality, and this is okay. So research has found that, like, erections start in utero. So fetuses have erections. Young babies explore their body. Toddlers, may engage in, like, the humping pillows or different activities like that. That everyone is sexual to some degree or has a form of sexual health, even if they were, like, asexual. So we don't pretend like kids aren't sexual and then they turn 18 and you're automatically a sexual being. That we just want to reduce the risk and give them information as soon as possible. Inclusive, or sex ed should have people of different racial and ethnic backgrounds and gender identities represented in the materials. People with disabilities are included into the conversation. Just because you have a disability does not mean that you aren't able to be sexual and explore your identity. Sex is not solely the penis penetrating the vagina. Sex can look a lot of different ways, and they're all valid expressions of sexuality, pending consent between two consenting parties. Every individual has their own concept of sexuality, and they're entitled to express their desires in safe situations. So, so long as it's a private area, so long as everyone's consenting, they can have their own concept of what it looks like. And we are aware of how our biases affect the information that we are giving to our clients and their families. So if you come from a certain background and you have certain beliefs surrounding sex, be aware of what they are. And if you are uncomfortable with maybe some of the sexual practices that a client is engaging in accordance with your own beliefs, get them to someone who they can work with, and don't push your own self, and don't hold back who you're working with. And yeah, that's it. Oh, deliberate. So we have to fight the discomfort on this one. This one's really difficult. That a family should not be ambushing their children with conversations about sex. I cannot tell you how many kids come in and they're like, you would not believe what my mom did on the way to school, or won't even be school, it'll be like a 3-hour drive, and then mom decides, because the kid's in the car and can't go anywhere, that this is time that they're going to talk about sex. I believe that they should be planned well ahead of time, and they should be happening regularly. So maybe every 6 months, every year, update the kid on their developmental level, what's important. And so the sex ed at 8 versus 12 versus 16 versus 18 are all going to look a little bit different, but they're happening regularly so that you and your kid are gaining a tolerance for that discomfort, so you're not both like just like super, super awkward and don't know what to talk about. One talk is not enough. There is no the talk. There are the talks. One talk is not enough. Different developmental stages require different sets of information. So the talk is really always happening, because like I said, we are always teaching our kids about sex and sexuality and gender and all those sort of things, power. Be knowledgeable about what information the child has access to, and always assume they know more and have access to more than what you expect. If y'all have children or work with kids, I hate to tell you, even if you have the child lock on, even if you watch your kid all the time, even if you know your kid would never do it, your kid can still do it. Your kid can still access porn, even if you don't think they are. Even if you have that block on, I've seen kids, like horny teenagers, or little MacGyvers, like they can figure out a way to make it happen. Like there was a kid who like knew if he went to Twitter, he could go to the ESPN page, and the ESPN page would open up the ESPN app. And then on the ESPN app, he could go to the certain part of the website, and that part of the website could take him to Google, and then he could get to the porn. So if they have enough time and they have enough willpower, it can happen. So turning off the locks, that's not enough. not giving them a phone. I had students at Dorman who would walk down to the Dollar General and they would get a burner phone. So just because you are not the one granting access to everything does not mean that those conversations shouldn't be happening, because kids have access to way more than what we acknowledge. There's all kind of stuff happening in our schools. There are all kind of conversations happening and y'all probably don't even want to think about it, but we got to face the truth. And yeah, if a child has access to a device that can access the internet, or they have access to someone who does have access to this device, they can be viewing porn. It can happen on the Nintendo DS. It can happen like on literally anything. At this point, you know, they have like the smart refrigerators or smart toasters or whatever. I'm not convinced that it couldn't happen on there. So you might as well have the conversation. All right. So how do you think an adult's past experiences affects their ability to deliver on that paid sort of information? Yeah, it can definitely be biased. Yep, and if the adult doesn't have access to accurate information or aren't comfortable talking about it, it may not happen, right? All right, let's go to our last little part here. So these are the different realms of sex ed that I look at. Yep. So power and agency is the control over oneself, are built upon these 5 realms of sexuality. So the first one that most people are getting, kind of sort of maybe, are the health practices. So health practices are, you know, the STI, pregnancy prevention, how to properly clean yourself. So talking about like the 3, 4, 5-year-old, teaching them how to wash their genitals. For the older kids, like teaching them about puberty, teaching them basically all about the body. And so this is what your medical providers are great for doing. The behaviors and practices, these are more of like the sexual activities that are happening. So this is where like masturbation would be. This is where actual sex would be. This would be like foreplay and basically any sort of behavior or action that is happening pertaining to sex. Sensuality and physical sensation. This is about the connection one has with their body in the physical world. So foreplay could also go over here, but teaching kids to be mindful of their own bodies. And so not necessarily just with sex, but just connecting their minds with their body through different mindfulness practices so that they're aware of just who they are and where they are. And as the DBT therapist that I am, I think that mindfulness is incredibly important. So doing like different meditation practices, having your children, like I've even seen, I have a friend who's a theraplay therapist. And so she even has like the kids like rub lotion on themselves just to like become familiar with their bodies and engage themselves and connect that mind and body relationship there. Then we have gender, sexual, and romantic identities. So this is where all your LGBTQ sort of information lies. And then intimacy and emotional attachment. This is the emotional side of sex. So how are you feeling in this relationship? These are relationship health sort of principles. This is how, you know, these sort of things are how you're teaching your kids to not engage in unhealthy relationships. All that sort of stuff. So these 5 areas are where the sex ed really needs to hit. So it's a whole lot more than just showing the like really close up graphic pictures of STIs. For sure. So this and most of the information in this presentation, if it was not cited, is coming from what I think is like my favorite thing ever of sexual information is this book. And I think that y'all are going to get a copy of this presentation, so you'll have it here. But the really cool thing is I actually messaged the author of this book on Instagram thinking that they would never respond. And they actually did. And they wished me luck on my presentation. And then they followed me on Instagram, which I know sounds like really like minutia. Like, why does he care about that? But I think it's really, really cool. Because this author is also the director of the Scarlet Teen, I think is how you say it, website, which is a whole like sexual health website for teenagers. And I really look up to the author. Okay, so it is 9:40. So I have some materials that I can show y'all, or I have 20 minutes for Q&A. So are y'all feeling Q&A? Y'all feeling the materials? Because I think y'all get the materials regardless. Perfect. So y'all should already have the presentation. And Maggie, do they have like all those Word documents that I sent over? Or do y'all have the Word documents? Cool. So would you like me to walk you through one of those documents? Because there's some pretty cool ones for Q&A. Thanks, Tracy. How about this? Let's end this thing. Okay, let me stop sharing screen. Yo, I'm trying to get out of the presentation. There we go. So, yeah, all right. So, okay, so I can keep track of the questions. Could y'all make sure that y'all are putting them in the Q&A, because I don't want them to get lost in the comments, because they're all very, very important. So I'm gonna run through. I'm gonna run through the I'm ready for sex when, because I think that one's my favorite. But I'm kind of split. Now I'm gonna do the porn one. Porn one's more interesting. They're all interesting. Okay. So a lot of times I have the question of porn, and I already saw one that Corey that you had asked. Oh my gosh. So I am one to believe that you cannot control the actions of teenagers. You really can only persuade them to do what you want them to do. But I work a lot with teenagers, especially those who have like borderline personality disorder, or conduct disorders, other kind of very maybe high conflict personalities is what I'll say. So I gave up on trying to force teenagers to do something or not do something. Rather, I like to collaborate with them, provide them information, and let them choose it. Because if they feel like they're choosing something, then they're way more likely to do it. So I kind of do this red light, yellow light, green light sort of mentality when it comes to sex, because not all porn is made the same. Not all sexual behaviors are made the same. So it really, really kind of depends on the situation. So making the informed decision about porn, all sexual media created for entertainment, so all porn or all kind of, sexual materials, we'll say, it's an intentional performance. So this is not reflective of real sex. It's some sort of fantasy, and that's neither good nor bad. It just doesn't reflect reality. It's not intended to be educational. So porn is not meant to be receiving more knowledge about sex. and it really can't tell or show you much about sexuality in real life. So it can show you maybe the basic mechanics, but it's not intended to be realistic. It can maybe where that much goes in there where it's not absolute. It could help inform someone about their own sexual identity. But once again, it is not used to reflect reality. Most sexual media is not made with the involved people's privacy in mind. And so a big part of consent can involve privacy. So the people who are in porn, their privacy was not maintained. And many of them consented to that. Not all of them, right? Porn is mostly, if not always, about making money. It does not reflect the realities of most people's sexualities. It does not reflect the realities of real sexual behaviors. It is very heterocentric and ciscentric, meaning that it focuses on heterosexual and cisgender folks. Even if the performers are non-heterosexual or cisgender, generally the materials are made for heterosexual, cisgender, primarily men, right? It enables or purposely sexualizes bias such as racism, sexism, or classism, fatphobia, ableism, transphobia, homophobia, and it gives messages. Most of it gives messages about sex that don't support healthy sex practices or relationship dynamics. Some sexual media contains, presents, or even celebrates sexual violence and doesn't prioritize consent. Not very often in porn do you hear one actor asking the other for consent. I'm sure it's out there, but definitely not usually a priority in porn. It's not made. Some sex materials are not made or distributed ethically or humanely. So this could go into the sex trafficking sort of, or child pornography sort of topic. It is some sexual material is about someone showing their own personal sexuality. So it could be someone being really authentic and showing who they are. Some sexual media is made creative, thoughtfully, and inclusively to empower marginalized groups. And some sexual media makes people feel empowered about their sexual identities. So with this, providing the client all the information, I believe is more useful in the long run than telling them to do or not to do anything. Because if you work with teenagers for very long, you know, if you tell them to do something, they're going to do the complete opposite. So any questions about that? Like, I guess to speak to Corey's question, there's a lot of research on porn, and a lot of it is very inconclusive, because as you can imagine, not a lot of folks are stepping up to be research participants on porn. And often the parties that are engaging in the research on porn are very, very biased in either direction. So as far as I have seen, there's not been a very clear cut answer on whether porn is good or bad or healthy or unhealthy. There has been research and the research cited in the presentation to suggest that it is not a good source of sex ed information, and that it is not reflective of reality. And so teaching clients about consent and about healthy sex practices are extremely important in preparation if they do view porn. And I think I've seen the average age of first watching porn is like 11 or 12. So just because you don't think your kid or your client are watching it does not mean that it's not happening. Any other questions about the porn thing before I move on to the other question that I have? It's kind of making me chuckle. Okay. So Jeff asked for advice for gay kids going to Dorman High School, which seems very specific, but I will answer it, and this will probably go for any sort of any school, I think, that Many schools in South Carolina are unable to provide or unable to have what used to be called like a gay straight alliance, but it may be called a variety of different things, but basically a group for LGBT folks and their allies. So they have to be a little bit more undercover. So there is a group that is sponsored by a teacher at Dorman. And so that is certainly an option. But I really think finding other people who are in a similar situation is absolutely essential. And it may not be quite as possible at school, but we have a lot of great organizations that are here in Spartanburg. So we have Uplift Outreach, and I don't know if y'all know about them, but they are an LGBT teenager young adults community center, and they're in the basement of Fernwood Baptist Church, and they are fantastic, and they're through PFLAG. So PFLAG is always a group that I refer to for both the parents or families of LGBT teenagers or the teenagers themselves to find community. For the parents, this provides an outlet for them to have their questions answered and to, have that sense of support. My other piece of advice for a gay kid at Dorman would be make it through high school. Like, this is probably going to be the toughest time that you will go through in life. Will not be absolutely the easiest thing ever following high school, but it certainly gets a lot better, and to find support people wherever you can find them. Any other comments, questions? Or I can go through another handout if y'all would like. We got 9 minutes. Let me move y'all. Okay, well, let's go to, where'd that question? Yeah, okay, so this question was any suggestions on books for first-time parents. This book that I showed y'all, do I have it here? I feel like I carry it around with me everywhere. Gotta stay prepped. This book. Yeah, I have like these sticky notes in here. These are like pages that I go to often. And the book is meant for people in their teens and 20s. Y'all, I've gone in this book and I have learned things where I'm like, I didn't know about that. And y'all probably as adults, even maybe as medical or mental health professionals, would look at this book and you're like, dang, I didn't know that. So this is my go-to. Another one that I suggest, maybe not so much like sex ed wise, but LGBT wise, it's of course backwards, but it's the Queer and Transgender Resilience Workbook by, I think it's pronounced Singh is the last name, S-I-N-G-H. This is fantastic. And there's another really good one called the Vagina Bible. Hell of a name, I know. But that has a lot about biologically female sexual health. And then, another one. Let's see. It has the funniest. One second, my bookshelf is right here. Here it is. Okay. So this one, it's called Respect: Everything a Guy Needs to Know About Sex, Love, and Consent. And it's got the nice little eggplant on it. But this one's also really great. And this one's kind of written for, we'll say, like the male perspective and how to acquire consent and make sure that the sexual practices are emotionally healthy. And I think there's some biological like health information in here too. And of course, yes, I had an anonymous advisor here who also suggested Come As You Are by Nagasaki, which is also amazing. Let's see. Any other? Okay. I will go through another handout. So do we want to do consent 101? I'm ready for sex when, or I have a whole nother set. I like that I'm ready for sex when. I think I'm going to do that one. So this is a checklist. And so I've given this to teenage clients. I've also given this to adult clients. I do not discriminate. So this is a checklist that all these things need to be true before you sexually engage with another party. So being comfortable using condoms or other safe sex barriers, lubricants, personal safety items, or other kind of STI prevention methods. You have birth control methods if applicable, you know, how to contact a sexual health clinic or your current provider. And this one's big with my teenage clients. I'm like, do you have the budget for sex? Do you have the money set aside for sexual health products and sexual health care, or know how to get them for free or covered by your insurance? For body and health, are you receiving health care? Are you familiar with your own anatomy and that of your partner? Do you know when you feel sexual desire and when you're aroused? And can you comfortably communicate what you need to be aroused with your partner? Can your partner feel comfortable doing the same with you? Can you engage in sexual activity without feeling fear, anxiety, or shame that you don't feel like you can manage? Do you understand the risk of sexual activities that you're participating in? And do you know how to minimize the risk? Do you know how to ask for consent? Do you know how to set limits? Do you know how to separate what you want for yourself versus what others want for yourself? I won't go through every single individual one of these. But like I had an adult client the other day who was like, do you think I could hook up with this person? And I printed out this list and I sure as hell went through it with them. I'm like, can you do all this? And that adult client could not. And so my suggestion was, you are not ready for sex, even though you're 40 something years old. This is incredibly important. And it changes, like, really, not to be like over the top, but that really every time you have sex with someone, like if a married couple were to come in and be like, should we do this every time? I'd be like, yes, you should go through this every time. Which of course is an exaggeration. And I will make sure that y'all all get this. I'll send all these over to you, Maggie, to make sure that they get all these documents. Y'all want another one really quick, really quick. There is this worksheet on consent. So there's expressed consent. This is how to ask for expressed consent. These are signs you should stop. These are signs you should pause or cautiously continue. This is what getting consent can sound like. This is what non-consent being expressed sounds like. We also have implied consent, which is for, you know, maybe a non-verbal consent, which is always risky. We always want to get verbal consent. This shows what implied consent can look like. This tells you to stop if you notice any of the following. So these are great. I like print them out. Like I go through maybe like a session. I'll go through one of these and we'll chat. Okay. So yes, Holly does have all of them. I think that is who I sent them to. Any final closing questions or comments? Oh, well, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. That was wonderful. Thank you so much. Lots of good information.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
thank y'all so much. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of your presentations. Hopefully they will not be as over the top as mine.
That was amazing. Really fresh information that I know a lot of us probably have not had. And so really important. So thank you so much for all that you do.
All right. Well,
for being
thank
here with
you.
us today.
And thank you for having me. I appreciate it. And thanks for what all of y'all do. It's an important job we have out here.
Yeah.
These streets are tough these days.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
All right. Stop sharing here.
So let's see.
Bye, y'all.
Bye, Jordan. Okay. Wasn't that wonderful? We're going to take a 10-minute break, and I will see you back here. Actually, we'll say about a 5-minute break. We'll start back up at about 5 after with introductions of our next speaker. All right. Thank you.
Hello, thank you for joining the 6th Annual Mental Health Symposium. My name is Susan Lee, and I serve on the Advisory Board for Mental Health America of Spartanburg County. I would like to thank Maggie Gainey, who is our Executive Director. She has not quite been with us a full year, and she has made tremendous gains for us. Our next presentation is on the connection between our mind and body. The speaker originally committed for this presentation passed away unexpectedly this year. And another speaker stepped in to fill his spot. And she also unfortunately had major health issues. We are grateful to Marty Height for stepping in with such little notice. And if anything, the pandemic has taught us to extend grace and to be as flexible as possible. So thank you to Marty for stepping in. John Marty Height is a licensed professional counselor supervisor and a licensed addictions counselor who has been working in the counseling field for over a decade. He has experience in substance use, chronic mental illness, and private practice. He now works full-time in private practice at Envision Counseling Services. Additionally, Marty works as an adjunct professor for Limestone University and co-facilitator of the clinical supervision course at Emerge Family Therapy. With Josh Martin, Marty co-hosts a podcast, Tattoos and Jesus, which he describes as a conversation about cheap coffee, counseling, and Christianity, where they seek to balance the righteous with the ridiculous. So thank you so much, Marty, for sharing your time with us, which I really appreciate, and for stepping in with little notice.
Absolutely. Can you hear me? Am I clear?
Mm-hmm.
Listen, I think my podcast has prepared me for this symposium because there's nothing more weird than talking to a computer screen of nobody, knowing that there's like 50 some people actually listening to this presentation. But Susan, thank you so much for plugging me, and let me go ahead and let me see. Since you plugged my podcast, here's a picture. You can see it if you want to look it up. It streams anywhere that you stream your podcast. So you need Google, Apple, Spotify, you name it. Let me go ahead and share my screen here and we'll get rolling. All right, I think we're good to go. So like Susan said, my name is Marty Height, and I am the cheap fill-in for what was going to be a phenomenal presentation to you. That being said, a couple highlights, she already hit them, is I'm a clinical supervisor here at Envision Counseling. I've been here since the start of the pandemic, wonderful timing, and I'm an adjunct at a couple different places with just over 10 years of full-time clinical experience. Actually, Facebook Memories, which is a fun little game to play, just told me last Friday, I think it was the transition of me coming up to the upstate full-time. And so I've been in the upstate practicing for 10 years now, where I had worked in Columbia previously as a drug and alcohol counselor before coming up this way. Been married to my wife for 9 years. There's a picture here that I think you can see of us from last year. The little one, Charlie, is just as cute as ever. The bigger one, he's 50-50. He's in 9th grade right now. He just turned 15 and he doesn't know what to do with his hormones. And so what he's done with him so far is grown his hair out to a small afro. So he doesn't look as good as he did in the picture, but he likes it. And apparently the girls do too. So we'll let him have that. So anyway, that's Maddox and Charlie, my sons. And then I put here on the presentation, I was a friend of Stephen. So, that, as Susan said, Stephen was originally supposed to do this presentation. And so I thought it it would not do it justice if I didn't share Stephen's story, because this was his title. You know, if you go back to the original title of this presentation, Mind and Body Connection, you know, Stephen and his close friend and business partner, Bethany, started Mind and Body Psychology, right? And they were helping people get healthy. And so that was what kind of fueled this presentation. I have tried to keep to the spirit of that, but moved it a little bit, as we'll see as we go on, based on my time experience and knowledge. But it would do us all service to see. This is Stephen. This is my good friend, and I was actually his supervisor here at Envision at the time he passed away 8 weeks ago. And so, as you can see, the man lost some weight. There's a cute little emoji. That's me. This is the only picture I could find that I thought truly showed kind of a before and after. Stephen helped me. He was a guest speaker for me. I used to facilitate with my wife a foster care support group first Saturday of every month at DSS, where we did life skills, and Stephen was gracious enough to come and fill in and teach. And so what I did one time is I sat in the back and just took tons of pictures and added my emoji to them. And so this is one of those. And then just shortly before he passed away, this picture was taken outside of where we work here at Envision. And you can see, so Stephen had just passed the 2-year mark of his life change. He had lost just over 130 pounds, if my memory serves correct. And so Stephen and I had talked. I was with Stephen during this transition. I'll never forget it. We were sitting at lunch, probably eating Mexican because we did it all the time at our last job. And a friend of ours, Teresa, said, "Hey, have you seen the Lose It app?" And so he talked about it, and Stephen's like, "I'm going to try that." So Stephen started tracking his calories, and just from there, it turned into a passion for him that went more than just personal development. It turned into his lifestyle. And so what I believe would have happened had Stephen's life continued on was he was going to spend the rest of his life not only seeking more and more health on his end, but also then turning that into his career as a clinician focused on body, mind, wellness. And so unfortunately, about 8 weeks ago, Stephen passed away in a motorcycle accident. And so anyway, that's his story. And so he was originally supposed to be here, and that didn't work out. And so anyway, so moving on, just as a disclaimer, I'm not going to read all of this, but I'm not receiving any financial, material interest, conflict of interest, none of that. I am none of these things. I'm just a random guy who's a counselor who's doing this presentation today. So that's the end of it. All right, so the objectives for today is really threefold, is to recognize the connection that we have between our mental health and our basic health practices. Some of this probably comes not as a shock, and my goal is for this presentation not to be shocking. I'm not trying to provide any information that you probably couldn't find on your own, but sometimes it's the small things in life, the easiest things in life that we get wrong, and that manifest themselves in more complicated matters. As people in the helping services, I know many of you listening today are clinicians. However, some of you may not be, maybe in other fields. What you probably see that is an imbalanced lifestyle can create problems, right? And so what are some basic building blocks for a balanced lifestyle? If you'll remember going back to your training, you ever studied Maslow's hierarchy of needs, right? He's not like a panacea for all problems in life. However, Maslow, I think, kind of hit the nail on the head, recognizing that there were some fundamental building blocks in life that when we get them right, they prepare us for whatever that next thing is, right? Now, self-actualization, that's a weird kind of peculiar concept that's conceptualized in many different ways. But the path to bettering ourselves is something that I think he really accurately did. And when we get the basics wrong, right? When the foundation of the house is cracked, we can't be surprised when everything else doesn't build true. And so sometimes it's the smallest mistakes at ground floor that leads to some much more complicated factors. And so here today, what we're really talking about is how do we find a balanced life in a balanced life in an imbalanced world? I don't know about you. I don't know if, as in your clinical practice or in your helping profession, if you find patterns. But over the last couple years, I think the pandemic, has amplified some of these fissures that existed in the foundations of who we are. I don't necessarily think the pandemic has created as many problems as it's amplified. Hey, don't get me wrong, it's created a lot of problems, but I think it's amplified some of the social culture fractures that we see in society. And I think what we're noticing is that society does not give us balance. Right? We live in a fast food society. We live in a society that provides instant gratification, that it creates quick answers to complicated problems, and it's the fast food Taco Bell, it feels good at the moment, but what are the long-term ramifications of what we're saying and what we're doing? And so often I think what I found is the repetitive theme that I tend to hear coming into my counseling office is that their life isn't balanced. And the symptom of that is mental health distress, whether it's a full-blown condition or something else. It's not balanced. And so what we're needing to do is say, how do we reassert balance when we find that our life is imbalanced? One of the things that I've personally learned over the years is that when we're imbalanced, we feel completely out of control. And so it's really, really simple to be off kilter, to be imbalanced just a little bit, but feel like we need to make severe changes, significant. We need to swing for the fences to get ourselves back on track. And so what I see a lot of times, and you probably see these same things, is kind of like the pendulum, is we're dealing with people whose pendulum has gotten off, and so they feel imbalanced. They feel out of control, like their life is falling apart. And so what they do is they swing to another extreme, and what they do is they create an equally unhealthy, imbalanced life the other direction. And so what I'm hoping to give you today is, number one, is a challenge for you, because what I know is that as a clinician, it's really easy for me to become imbalanced, right? Right now, demand is high and time is low. As many hours as I want sitting in that chair right there, I can have, right? And so the temptation for me not to find balance in this imbalanced chaos world is a real thing, and so I think we have to own the change that we're also selling, that we're trying to cultivate in the patients we work with. And so the first thing I would hope for today is that you feel challenged to address, what are some of these simple things? What are some rocks that I need to remove from my life, or maybe alter in my life, to create balance? And I hope that it's practical. I hope it's simple, because the reality is this: going from an imbalanced world to a balanced world often takes a very small shift, right? It's the feeling of chaos. It's the feeling of falling that makes us go the other way, right? How many accidents do we see on the road? Not but because somebody ran off the road slightly, but because they overcorrected dramatically and end up in an even more severe collision, not because of the mistake, but because of the overcorrection. And I think that's valuable for us to realize, is that in a world that's imbalanced, we can feel panicky, we can feel very chaotic, and we overcorrect. And we end up causing just as much destruction in the other direction. And so what are the basic shifts that we need to make to find this balance in an imbalanced world? And so it's simple, it's easy, it's got 3 points, 3 stories, and a challenge, and we'll wrap up for today, okay? And so let's get rolling here. So first and foremost is we have to know the why. Why does this matter? Why does the mind and body connection, is that relevant for us, right? And so I'm going to state some stuff that you guys probably know. Some of you may even understand this at a deeper level than I do. However, I always want to address the why. At about the age of 4, my favorite question became why. If your parents, maybe you have children that like to say that, and that they went through a stage of saying, why, mom, why, don't do that, why, right? My son does that. I have a child turned 6 last Friday, 2 Fridays ago, sometime, I don't know, recently. And he asked me why all the time. The difference is I never grew out of it. Like, I always want to know the why, right? Like, when I was in grad school, and they're like, oh man, when you're anxious or when you're feeling panicky, do deep breathing. Why? Because you look stupid. Why am I doing deep breathing? It's actually doing something. It actually has a physiological reaction that reduces the production of chemicals that fuel panic. And so the why of the mind-body connection is important. Physical health directly impacts serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine. When we are physically imbalanced, one of the symptoms is mental distress. On the flip side of that, this is bidirectional. When we are in mental distress, it leads to a physiological imbalance, right? And so even if we don't know the chicken and the egg, we can know that there is a chicken and an egg that are interacting, and understanding what variables do we have, right? So how often do we sit and talk to people about variables that they don't have control over, right? We're in a full-blown pandemic where life is far less controllable than we previously perceived it to be, right? And so it's easy to focus on these areas that we really have relatively little control over. And what's really important is to realize just because there's a lot in life that feels imbalanced, that feels out of control, does not mean that I'm not in control. And one of the ways that we can understand control is to understand how our body operates and how our physical health directly contributes to our mental health and vice versa. And so this might be TMI, but you have to understand, what is serotonin, dopamine, and norepinephrine? What factor, we often talk about them, right? There's this class of medication. One of the biggest prescribed classes in the world today, or at least in the United States, is SSRIs, selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right? So we know that antidepressants directly impact the serotonin, but what do these things do, right? And so just really quickly to go back through them, norepinephrine, that is a form of adrenaline. It is something that it creates alertness, the ability to focus, and also to feel good, right? It touches on that. It does other things as well, but it's specific to our mental health. It impacts the way that we feel, our ability to focus, our energy levels. And so if you are from the medical world, what you know is, if my memory is correct, that Wellbutrin is really the best mental health medicine we have over there that stimulates norepinephrine production, right? Where other medicines tend to touch on dopamine or serotonin, Wellbutrin is a beautiful complement that tends to stimulate the norepinephrine receptors. And so that's why it's often used. And then there's dopamine. Dopamine also impacts mood regulation. So what I learned working at mental health and working around psychiatrists for several years is that dopamine is also the chemical that's targeted with a lot of antipsychotics, because dopamine is the chemical that they've realized changes in psychosis. It's the kind of one of the core chemicals that is impacted in the presentation, and is a deficit or an overproduction and can produce psychotic symptoms. And so, on a side note, come from a drug and alcohol world, when you take acid, like an acid tab, put it on their tongue, you can't take acid every day, because when you take an acid tab, it completely depletes dopamine. And so that's why you get the hallucinogenic effects, because what you have is you have this bucket of dopamine that gets dumped into your system. And so it's very stereotypical to have a bunch of hallucinogenic effects, and then that feel good, because dopamine also feels good. But then there's an immediate, like, you feel dead, like you literally feel deprived for a little while because your dopamine has to build back up. And so that's why using acid like multiple days in a row doesn't really create any impact, because there's no more dopamine to be dumped. It's also why oftentimes we talk about like substance-induced psychosis, where people can develop a psychotic condition that they can't come back from. And it's because you're screwing with unhealthy dopamine production levels, and all of a sudden those receptors and producers get messed up. And then lastly, there's serotonin. Serotonin, the most popular of them all, antidepressant medicine, has to do with how we feel, our mood, and regulation. And so whether that's anxiety or depression, it kind of helps find balance there. And so realizing that these are the contributing factors, this is what we're targeting, right? And so in a fast food culture, in a culture that looks for quick and immediate answers, what we often find is that medicine is our number one target for correcting that, because it's fast acting and it doesn't require change. That said, I'm a believer in medicine. I believe there's absolutely times that it is fundamentally important. But what I want to challenge people to realize is it is not our only tool. Oftentimes we use medicine to be a support system for a life that's imbalanced, but we don't want to change it. Right? I'm going to talk to you counselors for a minute. How many of y'all like the paychecks you get by seeing 50 or 40, 50, 60 people a week? Right? I have a hard time believing that you're balanced. That's a tremendous amount of emotional energy being put out, right? So how often do we then, because we're overstretching ourselves, turn to a fast acting replacement, right? Maybe that's our minds round up, so we take a sleep aid, right? Maybe it means we do grab fast food because we don't have time to make or to stop and have a healthier meal. What if maybe that means that we drink some alcohol at night to take the edge off? Or we find ourselves having to take medication because we feel exhausted or out of control or depleted, but we really don't want to give up that big paycheck, or we really have time hard setting the boundary and saying no. So we allow ourselves to become imbalanced and use these fast acting alternatives. And so what I want to touch on is 3 natural things that you can do and that we need to realize are fundamental. Maslow, man, foundational level. We get these right, and it's so important in reducing the symptoms that we face. First, eat. Your brain is on 24/7. It never stops, right? Kind of like your iPhone, if we're being honest. So your brain is on 24/7. What you eat impacts how you live and how you feel. Science is everywhere. Do a quick Google search. A poor diet, refined sugars contribute to free radicals and inflammation. Google those things. I don't have time to go into the details. However, the moral of the story is this: it's effing everything up. You can't function well with unhealthy chemicals flowing through your body. The fact that is absolutely mind-boggling to me is this: 95% of serotonin is produced in your GI tract. I validated the stat through research. However, Stephen is actually the first person that told me that not too long ago, actually. Now, we often take medication for feelings of anxiety and depression, not realizing that the food we eat is like 95% responsible or impactful to the serotonin production. And to be honest, some people just are okay. Like, that's not an issue. And what they eat doesn't impact it a lot. However, if you are serotonin deficient, if you're feeling anxious, if you're feeling down, if you're feeling depressed, there's a good chance that if you eat different, you will feel different. And then lastly, the stats here tell us that a diet high in vegetables, fruits, unprocessed grains, seafood, moderate amounts of lean meats and dairy can decrease all mental disorders. However, specific to depression, it can reduce it up to 25 to 35%. That's huge. That's the difference. When we think 25 to 35, that's great, but like, we're trying to get it gone completely. Well, think about this. If you have a person, if you're doing a Likert scale on a scale of 1 to 10, and a person's at an A, which may be suicidal ideations, no plan to carry out, have a hard time functioning in daily life, and you can improve that 20, 30%. Now, maybe you've gotten rid of suicidal ideations. They have a little bit more purpose. They're still having a hard time, but they're able to go through the motions. That's a huge difference. That's the difference in a person successfully going to work, though it's a struggle, and being laid up in bed having to take FMLA, and that's just on what foods are you putting in your body. What we eat is incredibly important. All right, first story. I thought of 3 examples for today of situations that I have personally experienced within the last 6 months, because I wanted it to be relevant. I had a patient come to me, I think it was the end of last year, beginning of this year, something like that. And we started working together because he was feeling overwhelmed, right? At the end of the day, it's one of those COVID cases that has been so, fluent in coming through. His job laid off a lot of people. He had a lot more work on his hands. He was dealing with logistics. That was kind of the work that he did, so processing in stuff, processing out stuff, shipping, receiving, all of that fun stuff. And he found that his anxiety and panic was escalating tremendously, right? So that has nothing to do with what he eats, nothing, right? it's a symptom that came from the stress of his employer. And so we had been working together, and almost immediately he started getting better. From the first session, I know you're thinking it's just Marty. This is Martin. No, it was not Marty. I really was just a sounding board for the guy. And so we started meeting like every couple weeks, and he consistently was getting better. And so we met, 6, 8 times. And finally I was like, dude, I think you're doing okay. And he's like, yeah, I actually feel a lot better. Like I'm ready to quit. And I was like, what was the change? Like, I didn't feel like anything we did was life changing. Like, what was the shift? And he said, about the time that I reached out and scheduled our first session, he said, I was thinking and I realized I eat a lot of junk food. And he said, so I just decided, along with coming to counseling, I was just going to be more aware, more mindful of the foods that I was consuming. And so it wasn't life changing. He didn't like stop eating junk food or stop eating pizza. But what he did is he significantly reduced dairy intake, cheese intake, and he made a conscious effort to eat a well-balanced diet and then splurge every now and then. Give himself some exceptions, but just overall, his diet went from bad to probably good to moderate. And he started drinking a lot more water. And he said, within a number of weeks, I immediately felt different. And so he said, I think coming here was helpful. He said, but I think what changed my life was changing what I eat. And I was like, dang, it seems too simple. It seems too easy. Because the reality is it wasn't what he ate that was causing the problems initially. He ate bad before he started feeling anxious. But he realized that he could probably do better. And in changing his diet, ultimately, it changed his symptoms to the point that he became symptom free. He was already pretty active. He's an active guy, and he was already doing a lot of other good stuff, but he just really wasn't paying attention to his diet. He lost 5 or 10 pounds, started feeling better. And as a result, everything else in his life became easier, right? Because when you wake up and you're not anxious, guess what you go to work with? Not anxiety, and you're feeling better. And so overall, it was just a change for him. It was the catalyst to change. Number 2 is sleep, right? 50 to 80% of the patients that we see probably have some version of a sleep disturbance, right? And this is bidirectional, which means if you don't sleep, it will create mental distress. It will create mental illness, in as much as mental illness and distress will then in turn create sleep problems, right? So don't tell me, I guess you could tell me, I can't really hear anything, but talk at your screen right now. How many of y'all get 7 to 8 hours of sleep tonight? Because what it says here is adults should be receiving 7+ hours of sleep per night. This is probably one of the ways that we as professionals shortchange ourselves the easiest, right? Especially if you've got kids at home. Maybe you have 1 or 2 jobs, right? Maybe you do a lot of evening work, but you still have to get up early and get your kids ready for school, right? It's really easy to say sleep is the variable I can change and still get stuff done. And so what happens is we're completely robbing ourselves of the recharge processing period that we fundamentally need to recover from the day and prepare for the next day. I can tell you the days that I do not sleep well, because stereotypically in the afternoon, I will start to get tired and I'll be less engaged with the patients I'm working with. On the flip side, when I go to bed on time, and more than that, when I turn off my phone on time and quit scrolling TikTok videos and go to sleep when I'm supposed to, I wake up refreshed, ready for the day, right? Sleep has an incredible ability. I did a little bit of research to remind myself for this presentation. The person who went the absolute longest without sleep went 11 days. It was like 364 hours without sleep. That's insane. On the flip side of that, about day 4, if you have not slept, you will start to experience psychosis, hallucinations, and so sleep has a powerful ability to manifest itself in much more severe ways. Going back to that original point, how do we find balance in an imbalanced world? It starts with the foundation. The crack may seem small, But when we build our life on a fractured foundation, we can't be surprised when more severe problems happen, right? Maybe I didn't get good rest. I allowed myself to be tired and I slipped up and I said something I shouldn't have. Maybe I'm tired and I'm driving home from work and I get in an accident because I'm not quite as alert as I should have been. All of a sudden, we have made something far worse out of something that was easily preventable. The rest that we receive is very important. Story number 2. Several months ago, I had a patient come in who had just experienced a significant trauma in her life, right? And so there's probably people listening today that are experts in trauma, right? I don't hold any of those qualifications, not EMDR, not ART, not brain spotting, none of those things, just, experience and training and dealing with, what does trauma look like? And so this person had witnessed a significant tragedy happen in front of her where many people lost their lives. She was not connected to it. She was just a witness. And so she comes in about 2 weeks after she had witnessed this tragedy and was just not doing well. You could probably guess it. A lot of the PTS boxes were starting to be checked. She didn't qualify yet, hadn't been long enough, but those boxes were starting to manifest, right? Hypervigilance, sleep problems, and a variety of she couldn't stop thinking about it, a lot of emotion. She was feeling moody. All right. But one of the things that stood out to me is she said, ever since it happened, I haven't been able to sleep. If you are an EMDR person, what we know is that one of the suspicions, that's why EMDR works, is it mimics the sleep processes. When we sleep, it takes the information that we've experienced and processes it. It's like the freaking Amazon distribution center. It takes all the boxes that have come down to the sorting zone through the day, it processes them out, and it puts them in storage, right? And we might be able to do that on an average day with a lack of sleep. But when you've been through a trauma, you got to think that distribution center is not only having to package and unpackage and make sense of the trauma, it's also having to maybe create a new room to put it in. It's a little more extensive. And so, especially when something's traumatic or difficult, there's even more time needed to process, unpackage, store, and assimilate that information into our storage of our brain. And as long as it's staying in active processing, we've got symptoms and problems. And so she comes in and she's having all of these things go on. And the bad thing is having this trauma prevents sleep, but then preventing sleep intensifies the symptoms of the trauma. And so what I told her, I said, you've got a lot going on. I said, but we have to start with the basics. I said, you're not sleeping. If you're not sleeping, it makes sense that a lot of this stuff's intensified. I said, you really need to sleep. Like, if you have the weekend off, like, you either need to talk to your doctor and see what he says. You need to look into melatonin, a sleep aid. Like, you need to talk to consult a medical provider. Got to cover my bases to figure out how can I get some sleep. Anyway, I see her a week later. She walks in and she says, I feel almost 50% better. I said, why? And she goes, I did what you said. She said, I went, I looked into it, I took, and it wasn't anything special, like some ZQuil or something, this weekend, and it allowed me to get to sleep. And once I was asleep, I crashed. And I slept really hard for 2 days straight. And she said, when I got up Monday morning, I felt like all of this stuff was going from in front of my face to it was becoming a memory. And that's exactly what you want to see. So our sleep and our rest is fundamental. And when we're not doing it, things that would easily get processed start to log jam because we're not handling it right. Anyway, we got to move on. Sleep's important. Get your sleep. Coach the importance of sleep with the people that we work with. Lastly, we've got to move. All right. And I use the word move here because if you're a health freak, if you go talk to a nutritionist or you go talk to somebody that's really into, a trainer, they're going to talk about exercise. Like, you need a gym membership and all, and those are important, right? But the most important thing is to just be active, right? And I say this to you as providers, like literally this chair right there, that's my therapy chair. That's the chair I sit in every day for 6, 7, 8 hours. I am not helping myself physically at work, right? I'm not. But exercise directly reduces the symptoms of anxiety and depression. And so not only can it reduce symptoms, but it can also prevent the recurrence of symptoms. It increases feelings of contentment and calmness, right? And so if you've ever went out and exercised for any period of time, or maybe you're not an exercise person, but you go out and work in your garden, you work in your flower bed, you rake your leaves, you spend the day being active, there is a peace of mind that comes with that, that only exercise provides. It helps to reduce the stress-causing agents that we connect to the fight or flight response, right? We talked about the patient that I dealt with a few months ago who had a severe trauma in her life. Her stress response was on edge. It was her levels of hormone production connected to fight or flight were continuing to produce, even though the threat was no longer present. And as a result, it was not allowing her to enter into a restful state to recover. Movement and activity help to produce counter agents that help dissolve and recalibrate those anxiety functionings. It can improve our self-confidence and self-worth, right? So not only are we fundamentally producing better chemicals in our mind to feel better, right? We can actually start to look better. Maybe you want to lose 5 pounds, 10 pounds, and it makes you feel more confident because your clothes aren't like as tight anymore, right? And so study shows that about 30 minutes of moderate activity, when I say that, I'm like, you just go outside for a 30-minute walk. Go outside and rake leaves for 30 minutes, right? Get on the treadmill, ride the bike. It doesn't take anything intense, but after 30 minutes, there's a notable production of serotonin and norepinephrine and dopamine and all of these chemicals that help us feel better. Researchers and the CDC recommends that we should target 150 minutes of moderate exercise a week. And I get that that may be more difficult for some than others, but if you wanted a benchmark, I'll try to give you a benchmark, then 150 minutes. So that's 5 days at 30 minutes, 3 days at an hour, and you've surpassed it. Or 3 days at 45 minutes ish. And so it's really doable in the scheme of life. And so before I get to my third story, I'll be transparent. Like I had COVID back in January. And what I found is, so I've always dealt with some level of anxiety. I have some OCD tendencies. I can be tickish sometimes and have some of these underlying anxieties. I've never had to take medicine for it. It's always something I was able to self-regulate, but with stress and being imbalanced, the symptoms increased. And when I felt better, the symptoms decreased and it kind of ebbed and flowed and I was able to self-monitor. Well, after January, the first 2 weeks of this year when I had COVID, I saw a noticeable change in my anxiety, which is a thing. There's a lot of people that have had elevated anxiety and feelings of panic as a result of COVID. And I think that I was one of those people. And so what I found is I started having feelings of panic, almost to the point of panic attacks. And I've never had that before. Like that was a new experience to me. And so what I realized is that I was doing very little to help myself. Very little self-care. I was not exercising in a consistent manner. I wasn't paying attention to what I ate like I needed to. And so I did two things. One is I did reach out to my doctor because the symptoms were becoming more severe and I felt like I needed help and he helped me with some medicine. But I said, I know that's not enough. Because unfortunately, when you know better, you need to do better, right? And I understood that there's a physical component here. And so what I did is I joined a gym. And so all summer, for about 4 days a week, 4 to 5 days a week, I would get up at about 5:45. I go to the gym and I worked out for an hour before I came to work. Now I teach 2 days, and so I go about 3 days a week. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I've been going. And 2 weeks ago, I was able to come off my medicine. I feel completely fine. I no longer have any of the feelings of panic or anxiety that I was having. And I firmly believe it's because medicine allowed me to have a Band-Aid to get immediate relief. while I made some lifestyle changes. And the number one lifestyle change I made was add movement. For me, that's going to the gym for an hour, 3 days a week. But it doesn't have to be that. Just be active in some capacity. The story I was going to tell is a patient that I'm actually working with as we speak. They came into my office earlier this week. He's a long-term drug and alcohol user. He's been sober for 9 or 10 months now, and he just feels like crap. He feels awful. He's committed to staying sober right now, but he just feels like trash. Well, one of the changes he made is he got a trainer. He got a personal trainer. And when I saw him 2 days ago, I said, "How you feeling?" He goes, "Man," he said, "I feel a lot better." He said, "I don't know." He said, "But there's something about going and exercising that I just feel like my brain feels better." And so I was just like, yes, it does. It does. You're producing chemicals. Like this is a real thing, man. And so here's a person who has spent almost a year feeling like crap. And within 3 weeks of starting to exercise with a trainer, feels the best that he has felt in that period of time. He actually told me this week, he said, "It actually feels kind of funny to even hear myself talk because I never thought I would say the things that I'm saying now because I feel so much better." Right. And so it's a real life example of just changing that one variable completely changed the presentation of what seemed like full-fledged depression. Started exercising, and it's already cut in half some of those symptoms. So, all right, got a few minutes left to recap. Questions. These are rhetorical. You don't have to answer them. But to recap, what types of food constitute a balanced diet? Right? We talked about this. We've been taught this. If you had a milk carton, that little triangle when you were a little kid, we've talked about this, right? Fruits, vegetables, unprocessed foods, right? What hurts us? Processed sugars, processed complicated carbohydrates, a lot of these things that turn into sugar in the system. How many hours of sleep should you get at night? 7+. If you're not getting 7 hours of sleep, you are operating at deficit. At least based on our recommendations, right? We all know that person that gets 3 hours of sleep, feels great, has done it for 30 years. That's not the norm. The average person needs 7 to 8 hours. And then lastly, how many minutes of moderate exercise is recommended per week, right? Just talked about that, 150. So what now? So if you're sitting here and said, "Oh, right, great, thanks, Marty. You stated the obvious," right? Let me ask you, are you doing the obvious? Tell me that. And are you coaching the people that you work with to do the obvious? Because what we've established is by doing the very basics in life, we can, it's kind of like that, an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure. Right? Doing these things proactively with the food that we eat, the sleep that we get, and the movements that we make can significantly prevent, reduce, and eliminate the mental distress and people that we're facing. This is not to say that there's never a time for more advanced treatment. Absolutely there is. But the vast majority of people are not living a balanced life, but they want to know why they feel imbalanced. They want it, that doesn't make sense to me. I want to be able to have my cake and eat it too, So if you're sitting here, like, okay, well then what now? Okay, simple, right? If you'll remember the movie from the 1990s with Bill Murray, What About Bob? He talks about this book, Baby Steps, right? And that's really what life is about. It's like, what are these baby steps? Abraham Lincoln said, "I'm a slow walker, but I never walk backwards," right? I think the other thing that we do is we try to overcomplicate the response, which goes back to what I said. When we feel imbalanced and out of control, we swing for the fences and want to know why we're imbalanced the other direction. Right? You cannot only eat boiled chicken for the rest of your life and raw broccoli, right? That's imbalance the other direction. And then you want to know why you yo-yo back and forth. Baby steps. What is a small shift to move us to a more balanced lifestyle? So the way that I would do this, the way that I personally do it, is I take inventory. Look at your life. What's your sleep look like? What's the food you're eating look like? What activity are you doing? Be mindful of what your daily life looks like and see which one of them sticks out to you. So figure out where are the deficits and what actually matters to me, right? Because having motivation to change is important as well. So take inventory. So identify what needs to be changed and then figure out a change you can make. Explore options. For me, it was realizing that I needed to be more physically active. in order to address the feelings of anxiety and panic that I was feeling. Well, how do I do that? All right. I had to explore options. I realized there's only certain variables I can change. Working out in the evening is not an option for me because I have children that I have to pick up. I have a wife that coaches. I couldn't be available for physical activity in the evening, right? Couldn't do it during my workday. I had sessions to see. What's the variable I can change? I could go to bed earlier, get a full rest, and get up at 5:45 and go to the gym, work out for an hour. My wife said, I've got you. I'll take care of the kids in the morning. You go to the gym, right? So those were the variables that I had control over to say, this is how I'm going to implement this change. And then evaluate. Is it working for you? Is it not working for you? Change accordingly, right? And so I put here, think outside the box and avoid the NYR effect. All of you are probably like, what the frick's he talking about? And that is the New Year's resolution effect, right? How many people at New Year's decide that they need to make a change in their life? And so they come up with this grandiose plan that's not doable. It would work. It absolutely would work. Eating 2,000 calories a day and going to 9 rounds every single day. Yes, it would be effective. The chances of you going from a sedentary lifestyle that doesn't focus on your health and doesn't exercise to complying with that for longer than 14 days is pretty low, right? Don't swing for the fences, right? I'm a slow walker, but I never walk backwards. What's it mean to take one step forwards, right? So I want to end here with a story before I open the field for questions here, if there are any, and wrap up. I don't know if you're a person of faith. It doesn't, I come from a Christian tradition and it impacts me. But I thought of this story today that I thought was very timely. There's a story coming from the Book of Kings where Elijah has just found himself in a complete predicament. And what it says here in verses 4-8 is, at the back half of this verse, he says he come to a broom tree and he's sitting there. It's a picture of a broom tree and what that looks like. And he asked that he might die. So here we have a story of a man who is suicidal. There's people out to get him. He's like, there's no even use in living, right? We've worked with people in that condition. They feel like the odds are against them and that life is no longer worth it. He's ready to die, right? And so then in verse 5, it says, he laid down, he took a nap under the broom tree. An angel came to him. He said, arise and eat, right? And so he ate a baked cake. He drank some water, and he ate and lay down again. And the second time, the angel came and he touched him. He says, arise and eat, for the journey is too great. And then he ate, he rested some more, and he had strength to move forward, right? How many people, how many times in my life, how many times in your life do you feel completely distressed, right? Here's a man who is suicidal. His symptoms were severe. And sometimes you just need a good meal, a good nap, and to be refreshed. Right? So that's my challenge today, is sometimes the most basic things in life lead to some of the worst things in life. Seek balance, seek healthy, where you eat, how you sleep, and how you move. So that's all I got for you guys. That's my fill-in for Stephen. I hope I did him justice, but let's ask some questions. Here's my references if you want them. Anyway, any questions? I know that if you have any, I can see the little Q&A thing here in the chat. Let's see here. All right. If there are any questions, feel free to, I'm looking at the chat. Hey, Evelyn. Oh my goodness. I haven't seen you in forever. Thank you for saying hi. All right. Any questions? Are there any facilitators who want to take over for me at this point? Because I don't know what the next step is. Oh, thank you, Susan. Hey, Jordy, what's up? Listen, Jordana, you may be seeing me, but I'm not seeing you. I've been talking to myself for 50 minutes, to be honest with you. Hey, Aaron. Maggie, are you on? Are you here?
I'm here. I'm here.
Oh, okay. I have a question. Corey,
Yes.
what is the basis or
good.
theme of your podcast? That's a great question. All right. So funny enough, I'm actually signing off of here to record my podcast. And so here in about 5 minutes, we'll be recording the intro for a podcast that will release next week. But what we do every week is I don't want to spend too much time here, but go listen to it. But we review coffee, like average Joe coffee. We ain't doing fancy stuff. Like, so for the month of October, we're doing like a pumpkin spice latte theme. And so I literally have a pumpkin spice latte here. You're the first to know this. We're reviewing it today. It's the real deal. And we just say our opinion on coffee. I don't even like coffee. It's more funny and humorous than anything. And then we have some casual banter. The idea, the name Tattoos and Jesus, number one, I'm tatted up. Like, I have a full sleeve. And so does my co-host, is we wanted to kind of splice together two things that historically don't feel like they play well together. Tattoos and Jesus, it feels kind of like, a little cringy, and that's who we are. I am cringy. It's what I do in life. But my faith is incredibly important to me, but I also like to live in that gray area. Right. I'm not going to be your traditional Christian that you run into on a Sunday morning. And I love that. I don't want to be that. I have a lot of complaints about how the church operates, even though I believe in the tradition. And so a lot of times we dive into faith topics. Sometimes we dive into counseling topics. It's a whole host of things. It's a fun time. We've talked about serial killers, and then we've also had testimonies of people. We love to have people on from different faiths, different traditions, right? We want to hear their stories. So anyway, it's just a good time. Go check it out. The new ones are much better than the old ones. I'll say that. We have gotten better with time. So, all right. Any self-help books or authors you recommend? I will say this: when it comes to self-help, there is a book that I listened to last year that's incredible. I don't know if they edited it or not. The book is called Unfuck Yourself, right? And so it's a really like, oh, that's a catchy title. That's probably why I listen to it truthfully on audio, is because I'm like, anything with that cool of a title must be good. The entire book is clean. It is not even as controversial. The title just got people to buy it. So anyway, all that being said, is that book is a condensed version of CBT. I love it. If you are a therapist or you work in a helping profession and you want to have a speed read on cognitive behavior therapy, go read that book. I love it as far as self-help books go. So, anything else? No. All right, Maggie, come back to me. You disappeared. You muted yourself.
I'm here.
You're here. Listen, I quit. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you so much, Marty. That was awesome. It was really well done and good, very good information for all of us. So
Do I
thanks
need
for
to
being with us.
do I need to unshare, I guess?
Yes,
All right.
if you'll stop sharing and then are you going to stay with us?
No, I got to go record the
you got your
podcast.
podcast.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got to
All
go
right.
jump on it.
So
Anyway.
go ahead and say goodbye.
Oh, hey, Robert. Okay, sorry.
No,
Now I
you're
can
fine,
see
you're
the
fine.
stream. Now I can see the stream. Anyway.
Oh,
Listen,
okay.
because I know a lot of people,
Chat,
but I
of
didn't
course.
see their.
Yeah.
Anyway. Awesome.
A lot
All
of
right,
people were
guys.
complimenting you, so thank you very much.
I sent them money beforehand. Anyway, all right. Y'all have a great day. It was a pleasure. Y'all take care.
Thanks so much,
Take
Marty.
a nap and eat some food. See y'all.
Bye. Okay, so we are going to take a break. We're actually a little bit early, but we'll take about a 10-minute break, and we'll come back on at 11:10. Actually, we'll say 11:15. So we'll take a 15-minute break, and then we'll introduce our next speaker. All right. Hello, everyone. We're coming back. I wanted to take a minute to just remind you that there is some really good information for you on the slide that I'm putting in during breaks. Please don't hesitate to ask me questions either through email or through the chat. I am trying to monitor that closely. I'm going to go ahead and introduce our next speaker. We have Gianella Quinones, and we're so glad to have you here today with us. She has her master's degree in marriage and family therapy. She has experience working in outpatient community mental health settings and in inpatient settings. She provides bilingual therapy, serving the Latinx families and individuals, specifically immigrant families that have limited English proficiency and or monolingual in Spanish. She has experience serving as a consultant for school districts and nonprofit organizations with a desire to improve the services that they provide to immigrant families. We're so glad to have you here today with us, Gianella. I'm going to turn it over to you. I'll be helping monitor the question and answer box as well as the chat. So are you okay with doing questions throughout the presentation, or do you want everybody to hold them until the end? Do you have a preference?
Yes, ma'am, we can do questions during the presentation.
Okay.
And I would appreciate your assistance keeping track of that, because I think it's hard once you go presenter
Yes,
mode.
it is definitely. Okay, well, I'm gonna hide myself here and turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Bear with me while I pull up my presentation, and then we can start. Can everyone see the actual presentation? I don't know, Maggie, if you could give me some feedback. Yes, okay.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can see everything. Sorry.
Thank you. So today we'll be talking about equitable and cultural sensitive health services for individuals with limited English proficiency, specifically monolingual in Spanish, meaning that they only speak Spanish or that's a preferred language, but they have very limited knowledge of the English language. In my disclosure statement, I'm not getting paid to do this presentation. I don't have any conflicts of interest. So I'm just doing this because I would like for all of you to be more aware of what's going on in Spartanburg, in our county, in the upstate, and how to better serve our Spanish-speaking individuals, clients, and people with limited English proficiency. So some of their objectives, or what we will learn today, is being able to recognize how important it is to be culturally sensitive, to know about cultural humility, especially in working with individuals with limited English proficiency, how to recognize the importance of language access and providing mental health services, how to use better practices in working with individuals that speak Spanish, and how to identify and overcome barriers in working with our clients that speak Spanish. So here, diversity is the one true thing we all have in common, right? We are all very diverse and we celebrate it. We celebrate our diversity. So a little bit about me. I am from Lima, Peru, and I am an immigrant. I migrated to the US with my family when I was 11 years old. So I was very much like this girl in this picture in the school setting. I was, I guess, introduced to the American school system in a very rural town in central Mississippi, where I was one of the only Spanish-speaking individuals in the whole school. So that's why this topic is very important to me. And especially now with the pandemic and seeing the disparities and inequities in our system for individuals who may have limited English proficiency. By the age of 13, I could say that I was interpreting in hospital settings, in school settings, in lawyer offices, in clinics, all at the age of 13. And I wasn't even completely fluent in English. I had just learned, but my parents would tell me all the time, like, what are you learning in school? You should be able to interpret for us. But there's certain words and certain topics that a 13-year-old doesn't even know in their language of origin, right? And preferred language. So, but at the age of 13, I was interpreting very complex words, or more so making up words. Let's put it that way, so that my parents could feel like, okay, she knows something. But it wasn't right? I wasn't doing, I was not honoring their needs, but I was placed in that situation. So that's why this topic is very important to me. Okay, so I would like for all of you, you can go in your computer or you can use your cell phone and you can go to menti.com, and we're going to do just a quick activity. And once you go to menti.com, you'll put the code 8705573, and that's just a way for us to interact. So I'll give you like a few seconds to do that. And you should be able to see like Mental Health America 6th Annual Symposium as the title. And if you can put in the chat that you were able to get in with that code, I would appreciate it. And okay, great. So first question, what is the percentage of Hispanic Latinx individuals in Spartanburg County? What do you think? What do you think that is? There you go. Yeah, you know, this is going to be tricky because I can see your responses, but you cannot. Let's see. So 15 have said 8.5, 4 have said 7.5, and 1 person has said 6.5. And I know we have more participants. So while you guys continue to answer that, I'm going to try and see, there we go, how to show you guys on this screen. The responses that you all got, that you all are. Oh man. Yeah, there's 17 that say it's 8.5. So for some reason it's not able to show you guys, but let me try.
Gianella, can you
Yes, ma'am.
put the code in the chat or say it to me? Oh, looks like somebody else had saved it.
8705573. Let me see, I might have to exit out of here. There we go. Can you guys see that the screen now with your responses?
I only see you currently, so.
There we go. Is
Oh,
that
there
better?
we go. Yes, now I can see it.
So keep in mind your responses, right? 18 said 8.5, 7 said 7.5, and then 6.53 people. So we'll go back to our presentation here. So important terms that we're going to talk about today, you know, Latinx, Hispanic, limited English proficiency, interpreter, translator. These are terms that you're going to hear throughout the presentation. Latinx meaning more is a gender inclusive term that is used to describe a person that identifies as Latino, Hispanic. Hispanic is a term that was given to people that use Spanish as a primary language in a census category. So it was a term created by the US for census purposes. Limited English Proficiency is a person that has like a limited ability to read, speak, write, and understand English. And then interpreter, translator is a person that interprets orally a message from one language to another, and translator is trained to convert written text from one language to another. So what is the difference between Latino, Hispanic, and Latinx? Well, there's many differences. One of the things is there's a demographic differences. Many people who are identified as Hispanic it goes in regards to from Spain, right? Like they speak Spanish because it comes from Spain. The conquistadores came to our Latin American countries and brought the language to our countries, that we had different native languages like Quechua and Maya. So the linguistic origins come from Spain. There's also like an ethnic and cultural origin. Then comes the gender neutrality that is being more accepted now. It's still in certain, would say, generations. For like the older generations, it's not accepted because Latino, Latina, Spanish language is more like Latina for females, Latino for males. So Latinx, taking that gender A and O from the word, still has some resistance to individuals who may not see changing the word for gender neutrality as being accepting. And then there's descriptors that represent personal identity. For me, I consider myself Latina, but I am also Peruvian. So a lot of individuals may use may refer themselves as Venezuelan or Chilean or Puerto Rican, not so much as Latino, Latina, Latinx, or Hispanic, but they identify based on their country. So when I came to the US, it was when they asked me, oh, where are you from? Or what are you? Which is very common, right? Oh, what are you? I'm like, oh, I'm Peruvian, rather than say I'm Hispanic or Latina. So that is a very common descriptor that people use. They identify more with their country rather than with an ethnic group. So we're going back to our Menti here. So what is the term used to refer to people from Latin America? Okay, so say Hispanic. Right. Right, so we have Latinx, Spanish, Latino, Hispanic, Latino. Mexicans. Iberian American. Okay, so there's some terms in there that different terms, right? I think we've all at one point have heard different terms used to refer to people from Latin America. And Latin America meaning Central and South America. So all the countries that belong to Central and South America, and some the Caribbean. Okay, and what is the difference between an interpreter and a translator? And we briefly talked about it in our terminology. Interpreter is certified in specific languages. Okay. Not sure. Right. It's a lot of people use interpreting and translating as the same term, but there is a difference, right? An interpreter listens and a translator does both. Interpreter verbally changes one language to another. A translator is someone who changes written language to another written language. Right. One is certified, question marks. Interpreter interprets what a person is saying. A translator states what the person has stated in their native language. Right. So the person who said interpreter verbally changes one language to another. That's right. Right. There is a difference. One is oral, interpreting is oral, translating is written. And thank you for the one saying not sure. And that's one of the reasons we're here, right, in this presentation, to be able to know and become more aware of the needs and the tools that we have to be able to serve the people that may need interpretation services or translation services. Okay, so we'll come back to that one. Do not answer this question. We'll come back to that. Okay, so you answer in a previous Menti question, right? There is 8.5% of population that identified as Hispanic Latinx in Spartanburg County. That is according to the recent 2020 census data that came out August 12th. So that was released August 12th. Overall, the Hispanic population in our county grew by, let's see, 66.4%. That is large, right? It grew, and we can see it. We can see more people coming into our mental health center. We can see more people seeking mental health services, more Spanish-speaking individuals seeking mental health services in the community and private practice. The community districts that in Spartanburg County, like Bowling Springs, Inman, and Duncan, saw some of the highest increases in the Latinx and Hispanic population. That's according to the census data. And experts say that this is going to grow more across the US and especially here in South Carolina. And just since we're here in important data, one of the things that we are seeing in Spartanburg County is more immigrant families coming from Mexico, Guatemala, El Salvador, Honduras. Those are countries in Central America and Mexico, North America, and they're mainly coming to do farming work, and they're staying in rural areas. We are seeing more immigrant children coming from Central America, migrating, like crossing the border in our school systems. We are seeing more unaccompanied minors, meaning that they are minors migrating on their own without an adult. We're seeing that in our school system. We are seeing people who have been detained during their immigration journey and have spent time in immigration detention centers, children, adolescents, adults. So that is like a brief summary of the type of individuals or immigrants that we are seeing in our county and that are starting to seek mental health services. So our culture, it's very diverse, right? Like there are over, 31 countries in Latin America, and there's over 21 that have Spanish as their, what is that? I can't think of the word, of their official language in their country. So very diverse. I'm from Peru and I have friends from Mexico, from Colombia, from Puerto Rico. And even though we all have the language that is very common, like our Spanish language, we all have different traditions and different music that we listen to. And even our food is it varies, right? We have different foods that we eat. For example, Puerto Rico has arroz con gandules, which is this little bean that does not grow in Peru. So the first time I was asked, like, do you eat arroz con gandules? I was like, no, I have no idea what that is. Or an orange, we call an orange naranja and they call theirs china. So something that it's like, we are classified as Latinos, Hispanics, and we're put into this term, right? We are all Latinos and Hispanics, but we all have very diverse upbringings or very different upbringings. Puerto Rico is an island in the Caribbean. Peru is in South America on the Pacific. So different types of foods, different type of music, different culture, even though we all speak Spanish and we can all identify as one ethnic group. That's why it's so important to be familiar and sensitive to the culture of the clients that we see, and having cultural humility, as in knowing that this is a lifelong process of learning about cultures. Not one person can say, I am like very competent in a specific culture, right? That's a word that was used, is still used now, cultural competency, and it's shifting to cultural humility, because not one person can know everything about a specific culture. I don't know everything about my Peruvian culture or people from Peru, because even though I meet other Peruvians here in the upstate, we all come from different regions, meaning like they have different foods and different slang words. So I can't say, oh, I can treat a client that is Peruvian and know everything about that person because I'm also Peruvian, because realistically I don't. Unless we come from the same like district and region and have similar, maybe in the same neighborhood, we all have our different cultures that we belong to, that we identify with. So what are some reasons Latinx individuals underutilize mental health services? There are several, one of them being taboo and stigma. And what is that? So go back to your Menti and answer the question there. What are some stigmas of mental health? Yes, right? Like someone is not, stay away from them, dangerous, unstable, not smart, not normal. Having a mental illness can be like being unable to live a productive life, that you are weak, loose screw, disgrace to family. Being labeled as crazy, yes. And in Spanish, it's like the fear of being labeled as loco or loca, right, which is the term for crazy. Yeah. And what does LEP stand for? Great. Limited English Proficiency, right? A person that has the knowledge of their English is limited. They may be able to say the minimum to be able to communicate their needs. Or sometimes the only thing they are able to say is like, I don't speak English. Like I was when I was in school. Like my first day of school, my mom told me, you are going to say no English. Can't understand. I'm hungry. Very limited words and phrases that would let people know that I needed something. Like I have to go to the bathroom. I think I used to say, bathroom, please. So it's very limited. Okay, we're gonna answer that question because we're not done yet. Okay, so taboo and stigma, right? There is a lot of stigma in many ethnic groups regarding mental health. And specifically here, we're going to discuss the Hispanic Latinx. People in the Latinx Hispanic community can often be very private and may not want to talk publicly about their struggles or the challenges they're experiencing at home or within themselves. And this can lead to misinformation, right? Or lack of information and continued stigma about mental health within the community. Just like talking about it can be seen as taboo. So it's not talked about either. Many in the Latinx community are very familiar with the phrase, la ropa sucia se lava en casa, which is similar to don't air your dirty laundry in public. Why is that? Because they tend to solve their problems as a family unit. If you have an issue, you keep it within the home, you share with your mom, you share with your grandparents, you share with your sisters. Someone within your immediate family members should be able to help you with whatever problem you are having. And if they're not able to, then the next step is take it to your priest, right? Your priest should be able to help you. The priest should be able to talk to you about what's struggling. You should be able to pray about it and things should be resolved. So some people do not seek mental health services to treat mental illness out of fear of bringing shame to family, about sharing their, dirty laundry and being labeled as dysfunctional, being labeled as crazy, bringing the shame to the home and having the rest of the community know that something's going on. Like one common term or one trend or pattern that I've seen is that once they decide to seek mental health services, specifically young adults, right? First generation, second generation Latinx individuals who have more information about the importance of mental health. They seek mental health services, then their parents find out, then the parents put shame on them for seeking mental health services. And the number one question is always like, what do we do? What did we do to traumatize you? What did we do wrong to make you seek a counselor? What did we do wrong that you are now in therapy? You are not, nothing is wrong with you. You are not messed up. We did not mess you up. So it's that shame that people feel, that Latinx individuals feel when they seek mental health services, and then the fear of dishonoring their family and bringing shame to their family for doing so. So there's so many, so much goes around that taboo and stigma. One of the other reasons mental health services are underutilized is the cultural differences, right? Like, for example, I work for the Department of Mental Health in Spartanburg Area Mental Health Center, and we are seeing more individuals that are coming into our center and are monolingual in Spanish. So we only have one Spanish speaking therapist at the center, which is me. And it's not realistic for me to see all the people that are coming in the center. I have a different role. So I'm not just a clinician, I'm also do outreach in the community. So I spend a lot of time in the community. So we're seeing more individuals coming in, and we are using more our language access services. The cultural difference between the mental health provider and the client can cause for a person to not come back to seek mental health services. So research says that the number one reason why Latinx individuals don't come back after the first appointment or after the first assessment is because they feel misunderstood. Like whatever they had to say to the provider the provider did not understand what they were trying to say, or they were trying to relay, or what they needed. Like their needs were not met, such as if a person comes to seek mental health services complaining that their heart hurts, more than likely they will be sent to the hospital, right? If your heart is hurting, that's a physical symptom. So why would you come to a mental health center? You should be going to the ER. But that is a common term used, my heart hurts, to express deep sadness. My heart hurts, or my heart is crying, or my soul hurts. Those are things that are common in the Latinx culture to express symptoms in more of a physical way. So the cultural differences makes individuals not come back, right? Because they were not understood, or they feel like they were not heard and understood. And a lot of times providers truly do not understand, especially if the person that comes is monolingual in Spanish, has very limited English knowledge, and they did not have interpretation services during their appointment. So another example that we see here, before we had a full-time Spanish interpreter, we had individuals come in, an adult with their kids, and you had a 7-year-old interpreting for their parent during an intake, or a full psychological assessment that can go an hour and a half to 2 hours. So you have a 7-year-old interpreting complex words, complex symptoms, very, very intimate things about their parent to a provider that might ask questions that are also complex, that a 7-year-old may have never heard in their lives, right? So how can you not expect that person to not come back, or to feel that the provider was assisted them or met their needs, when in reality, just the interpretation process was probably not adequate. And that's where the miscommunication happened, right? In that middle person that was interpreting. So you're expecting a 7-year-old to provide all this information when realistically it's not going to be accurate. It's also, mental health services are also underutilized because of the disparities in mental health services. You know, Latinx individuals are less likely to receive depression treatment. They're less likely to receive incomplete alcohol and drug treatment for almost the same reasons that we just talked about: the taboo, the stigma, the cultural differences, the language barrier, which is one thing that right now is preventing us, even at my center, from providing those equitable services. There is the language barrier. It's so important for us to tackle that barrier, because without having those interpreters or translators to translate the information that we need people to know, it's almost impossible to provide those equitable services to our clients, because they don't understand us, you don't understand them, they don't understand the services that we provide, they don't understand their diagnosis. If you're giving them a pamphlet about depression and it's in English, what is the expectation, right? How can we expect them to be compliant with treatment when they don't even know what it is that they have, or what it is that they have to do, what it is that they need to do? And it's important for them to feel like that services that they are receiving is tailored to them, right? So if their preferred language is Spanish, then they should be able to receive the services in their preferred language, or by using language access services, so that they can understand the services that we have provided and the treatment that they need to follow. Okay. So there's also a cultural belief, right? Cultural beliefs about mental health issues and about seeking help. It plays a critical role in the underutilization of mental health services among Latinx individuals. So the cultural differences may lead to mental health providers misunderstanding and misdiagnosing our Latinx community. For instance, a person or a Latinx individual may describe symptoms of depression as nervios. And what is nervios? Nervousness or tiredness, or as a physical ailment. So then there's, again, that lack of understanding between the provider and the client, and it causes a dropout rate of 50% after the first visit. A lot of times we see individuals here at our center, Spanish-speaking individuals that come to our center, complete the full assessment, and don't come back at all. They don't answer the phone, they do not answer to the letters, they just don't come back at all. And it's hard to know the reason why. You know, we can assume that it was because they felt misunderstood or the language barrier, but unless we get like feedback from them directly of the reason why they didn't come back, it's hard to know exactly why they didn't. And the culturally sensitive services and treatment methods, you know, it's so important to be mindful of the needs of the Latinx individuals when they come in. It's already taken them so much to take that first step and deciding to come to a mental health center or to a private practice office or to just a community mental health provider and say, okay, let me give this a try. Let me go and make an appointment, or let me go and get an assessment done. It takes so much energy and time and to make that decision, so that when you do come to a mental health center and feel like you are less than, or you feel discriminated, or you feel like everyone else was taken care of before you, even though you came in an hour before this person, but because they didn't have an interpreter, or because they didn't have a language line, you were not seen. So you waited 3-4 hours when everybody else was being seen with before you. So what can we do to make the people that we're trying to serve feel like their need is important, to honor their need and provide those culture sensitive services? So, right, one of the things is having all your information in Spanish as like the first, as they enter the building, it should say, Spanish interpreter available. And it should be in Spanish, because if you have it in English, yes, I mean, they could figure it out. But in Spanish, that's their language of preference. So if you're trying to provide services to them, it should be translated into Spanish so that they know, oh, they have an interpreter here, or they have a language line here. Staff should be trained into, like, when a Spanish speaking person comes into the lobby or the front window, how to address that individual, how to tell them, oh, give me a second, I will reach our interpreter, or I will reach out to our interpreter, or give them a pamphlet that says, call this number so that you can have an interpreter. Or many institutions now have like this tele interpreter, where it's like over video that the interpreter is providing those services. So there are many ways that we can be mindful about the cultural needs of the individuals, about the language need of the individuals we are trying to serve, as there are many barriers to our service delivery, right? There's already the language barrier, but there's also barriers about immigration status and limited English proficiency and documentation. And what does that mean? We have a large percentage of immigrants in our county. Immigrants that may be out of status. And what does out of status mean? It's another term used for terms like undocumented, a person without documentation, without a citizenship status or a residency status. So the preferred term that I like to use is out of status. So I'm gonna stick with that one. So being out of status means that you do not have access to services like another person that has a citizenship or resident status has, like applying for SNAP or Medicaid or different resources in the community. Because a lot of community organizations ask for some form of ID or social security number or state ID in order to provide services to individuals. So how is that a barrier to service delivery? Even at my center, they have to have some type of proof of ID to prove that your name is really Gia Quiñones, right? So some people migrate to the US with only a backpack, right? They're crossing the Mexican border with a backpack, no documentation, no form of ID, nothing. So if they come to the center and say, I have no proof of ID, I have nothing, that is a barrier to service delivery, right? Lack of documentation. So what are some ways that we can improve that? I know a lot of different service providers have changed their policy so that they can provide maybe a work ID or something that has a picture of them saying, yes, this is Gia Quiñones, but does not have a social security number, or does not have a passport, or does not have birth certificate. And then the limited English proficiency. How do you explain to someone that you do not have any documentation because of your immigration journey in a language that you do not speak? So you speak Spanish and you have to explain your story to someone, or the lack of documentation to someone that speaks English without an interpreter, how do you formulate all that so that you can be understood as to why you couldn't provide those documentation? So you come, they tell you, sorry, don't have an ID, come back when you have an ID. Well, they're not going to come back because probably they will not be able to get an ID. So we did not honor their need of mental health services because of the barrier of having to show documentation or having to prove a status of legality in the US. Let's see. So why is language access so important, or why is language, what does it matter? For all the reasons that we basically have talked about, right? It gives the individual seeking services a feeling of I matter, you know, I am important, my needs matter, my decision to come here is being honored. Because of all the stigma and the taboo and the shame that seeking mental health services comes with for a Latinx individual. So knowing that you don't have to bring a family member to interpret for you, knowing that you are entering a safe space where you will be heard in your language of preference, that you can speak your language of preference, where you can receive the services in your language of preference, whether it is using an interpreter or a language line. That matters. You know, that's one step towards making them know that they're not alone. And it's also that person is more likely to comply with treatment and with the assessment process, with the documentation process, to engage and utilize the services that your practice or that your center, your agency is offering. And also there's a reduction in misdiagnosis, right? Because a certified interpreter has the knowledge to interpret those complex mental health terminology and to interpret psychotropic medications that a 7-year-old or a 12-year-old may not be able to interpret. It leads to better health outcomes. If you can understand your treatment plan, if you can understand what mindfulness is, if you can understand what deep breathing does to your body, because it was explained to you in your language of preference, because it was explained to you in a culturally sensitive way of why it's important for you to take deep breaths when you are having high levels of anxiety, of why it's important for you to take care of yourself and practice self-care, because it was explained to you that taking care of yourself is beneficial for your overall mental health and physical health. Just understanding that in your own language leads to better health outcomes and empowerment. You know, you are empowered to follow your treatment, to learn all these new techniques that maybe wasn't taught to you because the Latinx culture doesn't talk about mental health, right? You have to suck it up, basically. Or you're sad, oh, you need to suck it up, you know, like get up, get to work, get going, get the day started. You will forget about your sadness, kind of thing. You know, you need someone to talk to. You know, we are here to talk to you. Why do you need a therapist? So the fact that coming to an agency, to a mental health provider, and having the ability to express yourself openly without judgment and to a professional, and knowing that you're going to receive the services and the care and the knowledge from a person that may not speak your language, but has someone there that can interpret the knowledge that you have to share with your client, it's very empowering. So how do we reduce the disparities and improve services? I think I've been talking about it throughout the whole presentation. Hiring qualified interpreters, and not using family members to provide those services for us, right? Because I'm a mental health provider myself. I see people who speak Spanish, but I also have clients that speak Russian. So it has taught me to use an interpreter to provide better services. I didn't think I would, right? Because I thought, okay, I speak English, I can provide services in English. I speak Spanish, so I can provide services in Spanish. There's no need for me to like feel like, oh man, I could potentially have a language barrier. But now I do. Now there's a language barrier between the family of my client and myself. So it's a learning process. It takes time. It can feel inconvenient. It can feel like your session is way longer and you get less done because you have to use the interpreter, and it takes time to get used to the interpreter. It takes time to learn how to use an interpreter, because you can't just talk for 10 minutes and expect the interpreter to interpret the 10 minutes worth of knowledge that you share with your client, and vice versa, right? You have to speak like 2 sentences at a time, then wait for the interpreter to interpret that, then wait for your client to get that information and then respond. And then the interpreter has to interpret that back to you in English. It's a whole process. It's an exhausting process. And yes, it takes more time to get work done during session. Okay, so I see a question. How does someone meet the requirements to become a qualified Spanish interpreter? There are different ways to become certified or to become qualified. USC Upstate has a great program through their language department, and it's the interpretation and translation course that they offer. And in the summer, Professor Maria Montesol offers an interpretation certification for individuals in the community that would like to be certified and to be a Spanish interpreter. You have to have a level of fluency in Spanish or the language that you want to become qualified in. And it's a set of courses. This is something that I tell people all the time here. Interpreting is an art. It's not easy. Just because you speak, like just because I speak Spanish and I speak English, it is not easy for me to interpret, because one, I'm not a qualified interpreter. It's not easy for me to go and be the middle person to interpret from both sides, because it takes concentration, it takes skill. That's why I call it an art. You have to be able to block everything out and focus on the provider, focus on the client, be the person for each person, right? Like you interpret as the first person. So I would never say, she said that she's taking her medications. No, you take the role of the client. I'm not taking my medications. And then the doctor says, well, why are you not taking it? I wouldn't say, the doctor says why you're not taking it. I would say, why are you not taking it? So taking that first role, it's challenging, it's difficult. And a lot of times we don't give credit to the interpreters that are providing those services, because it feels like, oh, you speak Spanish, you speak English, this should be easy peasy for you. Like you should have no problems, but it's not. It takes a lot of time and energy, and it's mentally draining to interpret for a 1 hour session, 2 hour session for a whole assessment. Yes, and also being aware of transference and counter-transference when an interpreter is in the room. It is very much, because the interpreter hears it all, right? They are present in many sessions, just like the therapist is. So just like as a therapist, we take care of ourselves, interpreters should have also a way to decompress, to recharge, to be able to not carry all that with them, because they are not trained as a therapist. And also the fact that interpreters are trained to not put judgment into their interpretation. For example, and this is what happened in here, I would say in the past. Someone is interpreting for a Spanish-speaking client, and they themselves feel that they have bias, right? There's like implicit bias towards this patient, but they have to interpret to the provider. So even though they feel that the patient could possibly be lying or making up things, it is not, they are trained to not show that judgment, or they are trained to not put their opinion there. And a person who's not trained could possibly say, oh, I think he's lying. I don't think what he's saying is true. But that's not the interpreter's role. The role is to interpret what the client is saying. That's their role, not to share their personal opinion.
Gianella, there's a question in the chat, actually. What is your opinion about encouraging clients to increase English proficiency over time?
I think as you build rapport with the client, and most individuals who are in the US, who migrate to the US and are working, or they're trying to better themselves, right? They are trying to provide for their families. If they have kids, they want to know what's going on at school. So most individuals will take that advice as a positive advice because they want to. It wouldn't be something that should be brought up like initially, like, oh, how come you don't speak Spanish, or how come you don't speak English, or how come you haven't learned, you've been in the US for 25 years. That's more as in put in shame into a person, but it could be brought up as part of treatment. What are your goals? Oh, it sounds like you want to know more about your daughter in school, and it looks like you become very frustrated at the fact that you can't advocate for your daughter in school. Have you looked into possibly get in or possibly attending English classes for language for individuals that do not speak English as a first language? Because there's many resources in our county, in our city, for people who want to learn English as a second language, adult learners. Like the Upstate Family Resource Center has classes on site, and then there's also a location here through the resource centers, I believe, in the city, in Spartanburg City. So it will be something that I personally would implement within like part of treatment, part of goals and objectives, and not pushing it, not making it feel like, because I've been told, my dad has been in the US for 22 years and does not speak English fluently. And he is told all the time, wow, that's 22 years. How come you still don't speak English? It doesn't come easy for some people. Language is also an art. As in, it took me 3 years to become somewhat fluent in English, but it took my brother 1. And we came to the US on the same date, at the same time. Our plane arrived, we arrived together, but he was able to pick it up faster than I was. And for the longest, I felt that something was wrong with me because he was fluent and I wasn't. And I was like, he must be lying. Like, he can't possibly understand everything they're saying. Or like, why is he speaking so fluently? And I'm like, I can't even say that word correctly. So I would put it as part of like an objective, a goal, if that is something that they want to do. Let's see. I think did I answer that question?
Yes, you did.
Okay.
And there's another question in the Q&A box. Can you see that?
Do you have from Kristen?
Yes.
Okay, so you have a suggestion of a good book to help or self-help for people who have dealt with physical that is written in Spanish. Who is illiterate? Okay. When you mean illiterate, do you mean they do not read in Spanish either, or just English? And I can correct. Okay, so they don't read in. Okay, so I have a few, and I can't think of the name and the author right now, but I can send Maggie a list of good resources that are in Spanish, and some are audio for individuals that may not read or write in Spanish. And that is very common in our community right now, especially people that are migrating from Central America. Spanish is not even their first language. It's a native indigenous language like Chu from Guatemala. And then they learn Spanish here because they find a need to learn Spanish because there's more Spanish speaking individuals that come from Latin America. So it's very common for a person to be from Guatemala or from El Salvador, Nicaragua, Central America, and not write or speak Spanish, or not write or read Spanish, but they can speak it. So providing information to that individual in a written manner, it's not beneficial because they cannot read it. So providing it orally or giving them a resource of where they could hear it, like a YouTube video, it works better. A lot of times I've been told that giving them like a YouTube link of like on depression, what is depression, rather than them reading it, works better for them. Okay, so going back to reducing the disparities, hiring qualified interpreters, very important. And we discussed the reason why. And also it's about civil rights, right? Title VI of the 1964 Civil Rights Act states or prohibits the discrimination on the basis of race, color, and also language. So any service that is federally funded, meaning if you are taking clients who have Medicaid, Medicare, it is their right to receive language access services. They have the right to have an interpreter at every session if it's being paid by Medicaid, Medicare. It could cost a provider who's not following that law a civil rights complaint. So it's important, right? There is a reason why individuals file civil rights complaint, because not having the services offered to them in their language of preference feels, and it is very much discrimination, and it feels horrible. I'm just going to put it that way, because I've been in that spot. My family has been in that spot where you enter a health provider and you feel sick, and the first thing they tell you, do you speak English? No, I'm sorry, we can't serve you here. If you don't speak English, we don't have no one that can assist you, and you have to walk out, even though you feel sick, even though you really need the services. Even though you may have Medicaid or Medicare, so you have insurance, that is something that can be discrimination. I have another question here. Do the same considerations apply for American Sign Language or interpretation translation for deaf? Yes. Interpretation for any language, right? For American Sign Language, for Russian, Ukrainian, the 1964 Civil Rights Act applies to all people that need some type of, whether it is spoken language access or language access services, the need for interpretation for deaf clients. It's how can you provide services if they're not understanding you? How can you honor their need if you can communicate with them and they can communicate with you? And Roger Williams, which is our executive director, has a lot more information on how to better serve our deaf population. And I can provide that information too if you guys have questions about that, or if you would like more resources about specifically serving our deaf communities. And that question was from Susan Lee. Let's see.
Gianella, it's 12:13, so we've got about 5 minutes left. I don't know.
Yes, yes, thank you for this.
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
so
fine. Yeah.
and I'm on my last slide. So who needs language access services? Individual that speaks English less than very well. What is the question to use? How well do you speak English? If they can somewhat tell you, oh, very well, not at all. Most monolingual Spanish speaking individuals will tell you, like, they have memorized the phrases, no English or very little. Those are things that we should be mindful of. So if they tell you that, you have to seek language access services, right? They have to be provided an interpreter. For private practice individuals, they don't have to, right? You don't have to, because you may not be not receiving funds from the federal government. But if you want to provide cultural sensitive, equitable services to the people that you are accepting as a client, then it should be a must, right? To have an interpreter, to have a language line to better serve your clients, because they're paying for those services. It's also important, even if, like, I'm Latina, I've been in the US for 21 years. I speak English fluently, but I would like for my therapist to ask me, what language would you prefer to reserve your services? Because sometimes I want to speak Spanglish in my sessions, like, and I like the fact that maybe my therapist can do that or understand that or accept that. So ideally, you want to provide a qualified interpreter. That's the preferable. Less preferable if you have a bilingual staff that can assist in serving your client. Not acceptable using a friend or a family member, and it's definitely not allowed to use a minor to interpret for you in a healthcare setting, in a mental health setting, really in any setting. It's a lot of stress, and it's a lot of anxiety to have to interpret for your family member and then a provider, and you are a young, like a child, a minor, and feeling like you have this big expectation to meet the needs of both people, and it's not acceptable. So quickly, can go to menti.com.
There's one more question. I don't know if you see that in the Q&A.
Let's see. Couldn't we just ask, do you prefer English or Spanish when we communicate? Yes, I mean, that is valid. You can ask. It's at your discretion. You can tell when a person is having a very difficult time. If you ask, do you prefer English or Spanish when we communicate, and they tell you Espanol instead of saying Spanish, then you obviously know that that person maybe didn't understand you or has a very, very limited English proficiency. Short questions, English or Spanish. You can say, do you need an interpreter? Most people know what an interpreter is. Short questions go a long way rather than trying to formulate like a more complex question where they have to kind of guess what it is that you're trying to say. But yes, it's very valid to just ask, do you prefer English or Spanish when you communicate? And if they prefer Spanish, then, use an interpreter or language line. It's the way to go. Oops, there you go. What did you learn from this presentation? More awareness, be mindful, don't ever judge, cultural understanding, interpreter versus translator, the language needs locally. Excellent. Well, thank you. Available oral resources, miscommunication. Yes, there's so much, right? And I think I could talk about this topic for hours and hours, but Maggie just told me that I probably ran out of my time now. So I will send a list of resources to Maggie so that she can share with all the participants, and know that there's a new program. It's good to familiarize yourself with the resources that are available for your Spanish-speaking clients and for the organizations that are trying to advocate for that specific population. Like in Spartanburg, we have Alianza Spartanburg, we have Pasos Spartanburg that serves the Latinx community by linking them to resources in the community. So if you have a Spanish-speaking client that maybe has food insecurities or is having challenges paying their rent, Pasos can link them to those resources in their preferred language. They all speak Spanish. Also, USC Upstate has a new center called the SC El Centro, which is also trying to educate the Spartanburg on the Latinx culture, on language justice and better language access. So all those are resources for you guys to familiarize yourself on how to better serve the Spanish-speaking clients that you have or could potentially have. And thank you for listening to this presentation.
Thank you, Gianella, so much. That was wonderful. We've had some amazing speakers already today. We're so grateful to have you come speak with us today. Oh, we get more. Oh, just thank yous. Just thank you.
Thank you.
She's asking for your email. I'm not sure if that's in the material that was sent out or not, or how, if you even feel comfortable with that, but.
Yes. I'm putting it on the chat right now.
Okay.
And
Great.
I'm also going to put my work cell number.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Hope you enjoy the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Gianella. Okay, so we're going to take a lunch break until 1 o'clock, when I'll be ready to announce our next speaker. We've got 2 more for this afternoon. And so if you'll just go get yourself some lunch, take care of yourself, and be back by 1, we'll start back then. Okay, bye-bye.
I'm here, Maggie.
Well, hello, everyone. We're back from lunch. Hope you were able to get some lunch and relax for a few minutes. We've had some amazing speakers today. And we're getting ready to have 2 more very good speakers as well. So I'm really honored and privileged to introduce to you our next speaker, who I had heard so much about, but had not gotten to meet until this opportunity to work with him, getting ready for the symposium. Carl West Collins, he serves as the coordinator of Advanced Care Planning and Ethics Committee here at Spartanburg Regional Healthcare System. He assists patients and families with very, very important and difficult decisions via advanced care planning and execution of advanced directives. He coordinates ethics consultation services for complex cases with identifiable conflicts or ethical concerns. Oh, you can't hear me, someone said. Uh-oh. That's not good. Can you hear me, Wes?
I can.
Okay. Vanessa, I'm not sure. I'm unmuted. It seems like most people are hearing me, so maybe I just wasn't speaking up enough or something before, but I just wanted to say, Wes, we're really looking forward to hearing from you today. And I did talk to my husband about knowing you, and he said what an awesome person you are. So anyway, we're really glad to have you here today and to share with us. Thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be here. Can everybody see that? Is anybody else here besides Maggie and Susan? That's the only 2 that shows up on my screen. Well, it says
Right.
53 participants.
Right.
Okay.
You won't be able to see them on this
Okay.
Zoom webinar, right? Mhm.
Right.
They're
Sorry I
here.
wasn't there right at the beginning. I had another important phone call. It was Mother Nature. I came back and heard you near the end of the introduction. So at my age, that's very unpredictable. So it's good to be with y'all this afternoon. I understand from one of my colleagues that's been participating. Unfortunately, I have not been able to hear the earlier sessions, that it's been really good and interesting. Pray that it's not downhill on this session, but it is an honor, as always, to be able to share with others. These are topics that I'm very not just interested in, but very passionate about. And we're going to be talking about protecting not only just patients in general, but their autonomy specifically, and a special class of individuals, and those are patients or clients, in your case, if they're not in a medical institution that becomes incapacitated, no longer have full decisional capacity. How can we make sure that we're doing the right thing for this individual that's appropriate for them? So those of you that participated several years ago, this is a repeat. I asked them why did they like having me every couple of years, and I never got a straight answer. So I think maybe because I'm a little bit eccentric or something, and those of you in your field enjoy that. So hopefully for those that are tuning in for the first time to hear this, it'll be helpful, and others maybe it'll remind you of some important components of it. We will at the end have plenty of time, hopefully, for Q&A. No conflict of interest, no financial incentives. I've shared before in a former lifetime, several decades ago, I was a minister and a clinical chaplain. So I always kind of referred to myself as a former not-for-profit prophet. So I also like to disclaim that I'm not responsible for bad dad jokes. They kind of come out naturally. And I'm also not computer savvy. I'm in my 60s, about to turn 63. So a lot of my early career was in the days before computers. So working in healthcare, we're constantly learning new systems, and by the time we learn it, they change it and make some upgrades to it. So hopefully this will work and not be like this next screen. It seems like when I go to do presentations that are heavily computer based in one of our big conference rooms with our entire ethics committee, it seems like every time there's a computer glitch. I kind of felt bad for one of the other seniors that I was working with recently in a big project for outside of the acute care hospital, and we had got a big grant from Robert C. Wood Foundation for kind of upstreaming advanced care planning and advanced directives and directing your life through opportunities of conversations and documents before you come to the hospital. And unfortunately, that day that we were trying to train some other staff, everything just went bad, and we could not, she could only see us, but we never could hear her. So kind of reminds me of this. I'm participating in a lot of Zoom meetings. So hopefully this won't be the scenario here. Hopefully everybody can see and hear. All right, so our overall objective today is to recognize the importance of advocating for clients that become incapacitated to make sure that their autonomy is protected. This has always been an issue. This has really been a kind of a morally distressing issue recently with the second, or whatever, we want to call it, third, fourth, fifth, sixth wave of COVID that just continues to wash over our nation. Those of us in the healthcare, institution, it just feels like it's been like a decade. It's been, feels like that, working in that setting. And unfortunately, I'm seeing a lot of differences in this last wave than some of the former waves, and sometimes really disturbed that I'm not sure that a patient's autonomy, not by the staff, but unfortunately by family members and others, is not really being respected, even sought out, and particularly sometimes not being protected. So COVID has brought a new equation. Hopefully it's not going to be forever, that it become just another virus we have to deal with, like the flu or something. But in the meantime, it has been very chaotic for all healthcare workers and providers, either hospital-based or in the community. We need more mental health and supportive individuals that can provide more listening and supportive care than dictating opinions, is my humble opinion on that. So thank you for all that each one of you do. You're so important, and we appreciate you. Emotions seems to be running extra high and extra hot right now. It's always been that working, even back in the days when I was a clinical chaplain, did trauma for a number of years. A lot of part of seeing families and meeting them when they first come in and hear and sometimes see the bad outcomes of a traumatic event, that there's either some people flight, they can't handle it, and then there's those that fight. With this last wave, I have so many clinicians, so many of the intensivists are sharing with us that they're just worn out, just not only because of the long hours, but the incessant fight of family members trying to dictate every little piece of the puzzle, every part of the plan of care, every medicine, every this and that, and because of that, they are feeling very frayed and very frustrated. So kind of reminds me of this. Been a rough week for a lot of people. I don't know about you, but on Mondays, I really try to in the old religious terminology, pray through and say, I'm going to work and have a really good attitude. And I do, but as the week keeps going by Thursday and Friday, I feel a little bit like this, a little bit jagged myself. And I find that I have to be really patient to and watching kind of keep going back to the centering myself in mindfulness, that I'm not just reacting to other reactions, but I can try to be something a little more positive in the middle of all of that chaos and frustration. So people are very suspicious right now. There's all types of points of view. Of course, you know that you can't even watch news at night without hearing, all of the points of views. Some of these beliefs are entrenched. We're not going to be able to change them. And all of this makes people very suspicious sometimes when we reach out and we're trying to serve them. I don't know about you, but I kind of felt like even this, to a certain extent, I do have some asthma. And so, sometimes, and if it gets hot, like in my office, which this time of the year when all the heaters are working and they start turning the air conditioners off, I start coughing a little bit and coughing and sneezing. And, during the COVID era, this is kind of people wondering, it's like, yeah, what's up? You got that there COVID. So, but the good news in all of that is that there's opportunities, as always, in the good times and in the bad times. And many people would say there's always an opportunity to say that there's more opportunities during the bad times. This next screen reminds me of a trip we finally, after 40-something years of marriage, became grandparents just 7 weeks ago. So we drove down to the Gulf Coast to see our new grandbaby and pulled into a Chick-fil-A, and I was amazed. It literally had 4 lanes around the building. They had like red lights and stop lights. These big, I've seen a lot of Chick-fil-A's and how well they handle it, but this one was amazing. So there's a challenge, is that not only can you survive during times of chaos and times of frustration, but you actually can thrive. And so seeing this little cartoon drive through Chick-fil-A, don't worry, you'll be out in 2 minutes at all. So we have that opportunity as well as service providers. People are going to look at, quote, our work, our profession, and rate us by the outcomes. Not only the outcomes that that we think that are the outcomes, but how they judge those outcomes. But I think probably even more importantly, by their experience of how they see us and feel us, how they feel about our service. So we're going to again talk about patient autonomy and how it can best be ensured and secured and protected by a very basic mechanism called advocacy. For those of you that are in case management, but I know this is also in other professions, almost all of the professions in healthcare, centers around advocacy, and that advocacy has to do with many different areas. So we're all advocates of individuals that come to us to receive some sort of healthcare provision. We won't read this long statement. It is something that is not only important, but is highly regulated. I speak twice a month to the nursing staff in our healthcare system, because this is something when they come in, they really want to focus on patient safety and patient autonomy, patient rights. And a major part of that is that people care plans, that they have the right to be fully involved, and that that their rights and their values, personal values, beliefs, preferences, and wishes can be made known, even if they're incapacitated, and is being honored. And so we do that in healthcare through a screening, 7 questions, and are there any type of advanced directives, and a couple other key questions regarding that that's asked by nurses during the admission process. So again, advocacy to promote autonomy. Autonomy is an acknowledgement that all individuals maintain a right, a fundamental right to hold their own opinions, and based upon those opinions, whether they're right or wrong, good or bad, to be able to make their own decisions based again upon their personal, their unique beliefs, values, and wishes. And that is all part and central to what we call patient-centered care. So that's one side of the spectrum. The other side, though, is a recognition that autonomy, though, is not just a complete absolute. It's not a total absolute, because it's very, very complicated. And that's why ethics often gets involved. There are various stakeholders, different points of view, different options, what is appropriate, what is not appropriate, what is, policy, what is law, what is ethical, etc. So has to function with other, not only medical, issues, but other ethical concepts, along with like beneficence. Is this really providing good? Non-malfeasance, is it not causing harm? Justice, is this equal? Why do we do something from one patient and not do it for another? That's a very, very good question. And that's just a few of these are the 4 pillars of ethics that a lot of healthcare ethicists hold to, called principalisms. So there's many, many other ones. And one of the ones that I use a lot is utilitarianism and truth telling, but there's a number. So autonomy is not just out there by itself as an esoteric concept, but it has to be balanced with other ethical principles and medical realities. So back in 2009, the American Medical Association, they do oftentimes on really hot topics, opinions, and place that in their written reports on their by their Council on Ethical and Judicial Affairs. And these actually carry not only recommendations, but actually supposed to be kind of followed by medical staff as standards within those areas. So relating to autonomy, a patient's right to self-determination, again, acknowledges that this right is not absolute, but sometimes this has to be appropriately constrained, at least in some measure, by the options afforded by multiplicity of other factors, particularly social factors. So like in the healthcare setting, sometimes I had to tell clinicians, we can't offer what the law doesn't allow us to offer. So we can't offer what their, underwriter, their insurance doesn't provide them. That was their right to choose that program and to live with the benefits of that program, and to unfortunately have the consequences of the limitations of that program. That's not something we elected, that is there. So there's some constraints that is by other factors that are outside of the hospital system. So many times I deal with patients and families, and sometimes even clinical staff that are very upset about something, and the issue is really not, this is what the hospital does, this is what this outside determination has kind of dictated in that particular situation. So it could be a state law, it could be a federal law. I lecture on like the undocumented non-residents, and there's laws federally, there's laws by the state that dictates what types of things we can do, what type of benefits, not necessarily what type of treatment, but what type of benefits they can or may not be able to get under certain types of situations. So all of that has to be considered, and to the best of the hospital and the physician's ability to cause that to hopefully not compromise patient safety, to continue to do everything that the hospital and as a care provider can do, but recognizing there are some limitations. So I like this summarizing statement: the patient-physician interaction exists within a nexus of specific policies and limited resources, and that's in every scenario. So there's two different broad approaches to autonomy, and there are two sides of the spectrum. One is the paternalistic approach. Let's look on the right-hand side first. The libertarian just basically say we're just going to let the patients make their wishes known, and we're just going to follow that. We're going to allow the patient's wishes to have precedent over everything, even their own best interest. So, you know, they have the right to not be compliant. They have the right to go out and live under the bridge and drink themselves to death, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So libertarian approach, the paternalistic approach says we're going to allow someone else, and usually that's a person in authority, to say, no, the patient's best interest has higher priority than the person's preferences. So as you can see, there could be a major rub between these two, and a contested battle. And there's legal matters relating to this, matters of jurisprudence. There's issues relating to, again, providers. There's issues for our ethical principles. There's hospital policies and procedures. There's risk management. It gets very complex. So, but we're going to kind of talk about these different approaches and look at some of those issues a little bit more in depth. Now, there's other mechanisms to protect patients as well. When a patient gets to the place where they look like they're not able to truly take care of their finances, and they're receiving some type of, like, you know, Social Security benefit, disability, etc. There is a process. It is a process that there can be a representative payee, as many of you know, that could help with that. There's Department of Social Services and Adult Protective Service referrals and Children Protective Service referrals. There's guardianships, which I lead at the hospital, that we go through competency, decisional capacity, incapacities according to the state laws, and look at having an appropriate person appointed that can help for a person that's incapacitated to be able to sign for benefits and facilities and other things post hospitalization, because as you know, many families don't know, we just can't go out and find them a nursing home and sign to put them in and sign for hospice and do this and do that. There's great limitations in what the hospitals are able to do. And then there's conservatorships, those that have some financial things outside of what the representative payee would be. There's ways of doing that. There's EPC, where people can be put under emergency protective custody or involuntary commitments, and ethics consult. So there's a lot of mechanisms to protect patients, but we're again kind of focusing on the ethical components of this and how ethics are involved. So clinical ethics is a specialty field that focuses on these complex decisions in healthcare settings. Decisions have to be made every single day. It might be something simple as like, do we continue this blood pressure medicine or not? Do we increase it? Do we decrease it? Is this antibiotic working? Have we completed the course? And then sometimes it can get very, very complex, medical treatment options and issues, and and along with that, it can become very intense emotionally for patients and families that, first of all, that are probably confused because they don't know all these medical complexities. They don't know what they even don't know, and they're often confused by partial truths or mistruths from other media means that are out there, social media, internet, etc. And then besides that, they're in medical crisis. They don't feel good. They're frustrated. Things are not going good. This is costing them a ton of money, on and on and on. Nobody's listening to their point of view. They feel like they're being treated different because one thing or another. So it can get very complex and challenging, and that's where clinical ethics comes in to help provide a mechanism to support these patients and their families during that time. So some people think ethics is really easy. It's just to do the right thing. So if you're following that truck on the left, you think, oh, that's simple. That's the easy answer. You just don't follow. But it's not that simple. This photo reminds me so much of what clinical ethics is all about. It's kind of like, how do you squeeze between the two or whatever? I mean, it gets to be very, very challenging in a lot of situations. And we'll look at some ways to resolve that in the next few moments here. So those that were here a couple years ago participated. I thought that's cute, particularly. I kept that one in. I tried to put y'all some new cartoons in, but with a grandson, I thought that was really cute there. So all right, so we have to keep on looking to advocate for these patients, their autonomy, especially when they become incapacitated. I think the most immoral thing we can do is to act for or to do things to an individual, particularly if there's any evidence that that would not be appropriate or acceptable to them if they were able to share with us. So but unfortunately we face that a lot in healthcare. There's care decisions, plan of care decisions that has to be made by surrogate decision makers. And this will continue. 90% of us, well, there will be a time in our life that there'll be a surrogate that has to make that decision for us. 90% of us that will happen at the end of life. You don't just die in your sleep too many times in America anymore. You die, many people, in a healthcare institution, surrounded by strangers that don't know you. You're just the liver in room so-and-so, the kidney, the this, the that, the COVID patient, and family may or may not be in there. God forbid, it's times of pandemic like this, where then it gets really challenging. It's like, how could I even know this when I can't even be there to see and look at my mom, my dad, my brother or sister, son or daughter. So it's a very vulnerable time, and I think this is where we really have to protect these patients. So it affects a lot of different ones, and looking at my clock here, I'm sorry, making sure my timer didn't go off. So what we have to do when a person is obvious non-decisional, they're out of it, they're on the ventilator, they're not even conversant at all. That's pretty
Wes,
simple.
I just wanted to let you know I'm watching the time for you too. So you've got, yeah.
Good. Let me, yeah, I'm about to say.
at least 20, 25 more minutes, and then
Okay.
we'll take a little time for questions. So.
Okay. Thank you. So when they're appropriately documented as being non-decisional, and talk about that a little bit more here just briefly, then there has to be a surrogate appointed. And to do that, there's statutory provisions. I mean, there's laws relating to doing that, and there's ethical considerations. So in our healthcare system, we have developed a single page progress note that addresses these based upon the statutory provisions and the medical opinion. And then there's other mechanisms based upon healthcare law and all, where people comes in and they they sign if they're able to, who they want to be involved, and then they have the opportunity actually to do a formal legal advance directive that says, if I become, incapacitated, this is who can help me. So it was interesting. When I was leaving the building yesterday, I go through one of the physicians building, and I was on the elevator of a lady that looked like she'd been in her 70s and 80s, and she had one of our big pamphlets that we were using from that grant I was speaking of earlier. That it's called about directing your life, and I said, I say that you've got one of those brochures or booklets talking about this. And so we talked a little bit about how that's a great tool, and that's something she can utilize without having to go pay an attorney hundreds of dollars, and it's free of charge. And she said, I'm really grateful for this. I'm going to go home and work on this. So again, we try to, the more of you can do this in advance, advanced care planning works best when it's advanced and there's some planning to it rather than crisis model. So there's 3 different standards for making decisions for someone that becomes incapacitated. There's the pure autonomy standard, the substituted judgment standard, and the best interest standard. We'll look at these quickly. So, but before we do so, these standards can be met or satisfied by a variety of different ways. The best way is advanced. I really did change this in here, put in there, is advanced care planning as a process resulting in advanced directives as a product. So there's the process, which means there's ongoing conversation. You've talked with the people that's important in your lives about what your wishes, values, and beliefs, what are acceptable and what is unacceptable. Then you do a legal document so that it says, hey, this is what I have documented and have spoken to you about, and here it is, and here's the person, the primary agent and the backup agents that I want to make sure that can confirm this with the physicians and help to negotiate those complexities in the middle of a crisis. So all of this does not have to be newly addressed during that time. So that is the best one. And then there's other provisions such as durable power of attorneys. If they happen to have a healthcare clause in there, those are nowhere near as extensive or appropriate as a full healthcare power of attorney advanced directives. So those are the ones that we really encourage and promote in our community presentations and education. Also, a patient's past convictions that have been shared regarding the care of others. So they say, hey, and they see other stories and hear other things and they talk about it and share it, then that is actually can be used as not only an ethical but a legal standard to help talk about a patient's goals of care, values, beliefs, and wishes. A patient, a lot of people don't realize their religious beliefs and values carry significant ability to satisfy an autonomous standard. But again, that needs to be something that is not no ambiguity. They are or they're not a Jehovah's Witness. It's not just because where they come from a family of Jehovah's Witness. Was that person a practicing Jehovah's Witness themselves that did adhere to, I cannot, based on my religious beliefs, partake in certain types of blood products, etc. So that's important. And then also a patient's past behaviors regarding their lifestyle and their behaviors regarding their own personal care. So let's look at these 3 standards, the pure autonomy standards. This says, again, like all the things we should respect an individual's preferences, even if they can't articulate them at that particular time. Pure autonomy says that surrogates has to recognize and accept any prior autonomous judgments, decisions, documents, etc., to the situation that the patient is in presently. That is those judgments, decisions, documents, that which is known. So the pure autonomy says, Mom said this, Mom documented this, Dad said this, And there's typically, you know, when there's enough people that is not disputing that, that's a majority opinion and acceptance, and kind of become a well-known fact. Mom, you know, dads, like in my situation, my dad was a preacher for a number of years. This was dad's belief regarding, you know, potential long-term artificial, you know, nutrition, hydration. This is what dad said. This is what dad told all of us as kids. Dad said, don't think about it. Don't argue about it. Don't pray about it. This is what my pure autonomous belief is. So that needs to be accepted as it is. It's pure. That's the high. Really, it's the highest. It's the most preferred. But unfortunately, in America, a lot of people don't think about it. A lot of people don't talk about it. A lot of people don't act upon it. And so that doesn't happen. Let's see, did I skip one here? Okay, so there's cases of that. I'm not going to talk about this one case. We see it all the time. You know, people that keep coming back to the hospital over and over again. They're, you know, in really bad shape at the nursing home. When does that become, you know, appropriate? And when is that appropriate? When does that become inappropriate? That hey, we're going way beyond what the patient would have wanted. And there's a great story in the case law based upon a case, Claire Conroy, that shows that when that can be shown, that autonomy based upon, again, either statements, wishes, documents, that the right legal surrogate can say, I'm representing, I'm protecting my, in that case, it was actually only a nephew, family member left, said, this is Aunt so-and-so's clear, you know, values and beliefs, and enough's enough. We've gone way too far. And even though some were trying to push the other way, the courts found in favor that that truly was her autonomous wishes, and granted the empowerment for that nephew to be his be appointed guardian and to sign for the hospice election to focus more on a palliative pathway rather than continuing to put her through things that he felt and she would definitely not have felt was acceptable. So the next one is substituted judgment. When a patient is non-decisional, can't exercise autonomy on their own, again, it's still you know, unethical to deprive him or her of their own personal preferences. So oftentimes, this is one of the geniuses of palliative care. I did palliative for a number of years, innumerable family conferences, and talking about goals of care. Really starting to take time to listen, to hear the story. You know, tell me about, you know, this. Tell me about Claire. Tell me what, you know, her life story. Tell me, you know, was she a spiritual person, religious person? Tell me, you know, has she ever made statements? Did you ever do documents? You know, what, you know, right now. So you basically come to the place in the substituted judgment. It's like, if your aunt could be here in this room and hear, you know, these issues and had to help make a decision or to say what is acceptable and not acceptable, if they had that ability, if they were still capable, what would they say? So that surrogate is at that point saying, I feel like this would be the judgment. So they're making that, you know, they're substituting that, but they're saying this is based upon my knowledge and experience of the patients, again, by what we talked about earlier, any of those things, by their religion, belief, their responses to other patients, other things in the news, a variety of different things like that. So substituted judgment is not as pure as pure autonomy. It should only be employed if the surrogate can say, yes, this is why I think, you know, this is why I think that, you know, Uncle Joe would want or would not want this in this particular situation. So they're giving you some level of evidence based upon, you know, they're sharing their experience with this individual as a family, typically in most of these situations as a family member or as an appointed power of attorney. This is why I can say that. Okay. So once again, personal relationships, conversations. This is why it's so important in America to talk about this, think about this, contemplate this, share it, and to do a document. And the greatest, case in medical jurisprudence, in the early years was the Nancy Cruzan case that dealt with this, and the family that had to just keep fighting the state and fighting medical providers to be able to protect, their daughters. They felt like was her, values and beliefs. They substituted judgment, and the long goodbye talked about not only the death, but the ongoing, that they just felt like it was so drawn out. It was a multiple death process that poor lady had to go through. And I like one of the statements that William and I spoke together years ago at a big state conference on advanced care planning and advanced directives, says that the questions the Cruzans face are questions that in one time, one way or another, is going to visit all of us, all of our families. I tried to have this conversation, my wife and I, with some elderly people in our family last night. It's like, no, this ain't going to just all work out. You need to share and you need to appoint. So based upon that, in 1990, Congress got involved and they acted or responded. I feel like this is back when Congress simply did things and got it done. And they came up with the Patient Self-Determination Act, which is still critical to this day, particularly in acute care hospitals. This is a big issue. And it not only just says, oh, we recommend and allow this, they require it. Believe me, when they come in, they look at advanced directives the whole time they're here, and they look at it high, low, what was done, what was said, what was documented, what was followed up. So it's a requirement that healthcare providers recognize that patients have rights, and they have the fundamental right, once again, to have autonomy, that is to direct the course of their medical care, and they have rights to provide consent or deny consent, and it's their constitutional right to say, I'm going to refuse something, even if that denying of consent is saying, might result in, not providing artificial prolongation, when it's a, end of life scenario. They have that right to do it either in person or previously through an advanced directive. Okay, so everybody knows about advanced directives. Patients are it's all right. So let's get to the final one. Then we're going to move to Q&A here. Best interest standards, when we don't have no one says this is definitively what they said. This is not what we know based upon their relationship. We don't know. I mean, we've had a number of these in the hospital. A lot of times it's just, this is, when we had one of the horrible trauma situation, brothers, we finally found some family members. They came in and said, my brother and I sort of been estranged, we just, life happened and we lived in far away from each other. And we just, I don't think there's any hard feelings, but I don't know. I don't know what he would say in this situation. So in this situation, it tries to protect the non-decisional patient's welfare by requiring the surrogates to participate appropriately and reasonably in dialogue with the medical providers to say, let's look at the different options and let's look at the risks, the pros and the cons, the benefits and the negatives of these different treatment options. And so, unfortunately, I mean, in the one case that really stood out to me a lot after hearing is that basically, I don't know my brother, but I don't think, I can't say I know for absolutely sure, but I can't imagine him wanting to live in a vegetative state, having reoccurrent, infections and breakdown of skin and being stuck on a ventilator and all that. I just just do not. I feel like there is limited benefit of doing that, and there's a lot of risk of additional suffering. So in that situation, again, a standard that is reached there is that this is acting in the patient's best interest. I actually did a long review of a case yesterday, came in yesterday morning, had a doctor want me to review a case, and the whole documentation on that was also based upon best interest. All right, so the goal is to minimize risk and to try to gain the highest net benefit. All right, how are we doing on time, Maggie? Okay, we a little bit low. All right, okay.
Now we've got, I think we can start Q&A in about 10 minutes. Stephen.
Okay, so the criticism of this is twofold. It's by nature subjective. It's interpreted by the surrogate. So it's not really always evidence-based, you know. I mean, we can, and we do a lot in America, send people away to vent facilities in vegetative states. I've done it where we've had court cases and we had to, because of what we had to do, even though there was some disagreement in terms of this best interest, patient pegged on full dialysis, vegetative state, sent to another state, lived for 6 or 7 years like that, in and out of the hospital with complications. So, so it's not a perfect approach. It can be subjective, but it's better than nothing. In addition to that, it really, excuse me, requires a lot of, it's time intensive. It requires a lot of good communication and partnership with the individual, and usually his support people around that individual who's has been determined to be the appropriate legal surrogate. It can be require a lot of patience, because sometimes they have reasons for doing things, and we need to take the time to try to create a safe environment for them to share, you know, their reasons, their fears, and those are not always clearly shared up front. And so I find that this works best through partnership. And as you know, just by the nature of its term, partnership is not something that is done just in one quick sit down session. All right, so in conclusion, if we're really wanting to do patient-centered care, ethical care, we want to be an advocate for patients and their autonomy, we need to recognize this just doesn't just happen. Surely doesn't happen, you know, haphazardly. It takes effort. It takes, I think, concerted effort. It takes teamwork, but it needs to be pursued for all patients. I try to do for patients and families as I would hope that somebody would do for me or for my family, and particularly for those that are incapacitated. All right, Q&A. I don't know the answer. I will do like the Washingtonian DC model. I will make something up and deny it later if this is on film.
It doesn't look like there are any questions yet. So feel free to add your questions to the Q&A box for Mr. Collins, and we will make sure that they get answered as best they can. Okay, there's one. It says, if a patient moves out of state, do the advanced directives follow?
Yeah, so all states honors other states and the intents of those advanced directives. But if you're going to move and stay long-term out of state, we usually always recommend you to go ahead and do one for the new state, but they are recognized across state boundaries. None of them look alike. I mean, they look similar, but they're different. So like North Carolina, you have to have for a healthcare power of attorney, it has to be notarized. South Carolina's 2 witnesses. You can notarize it, but that's optional. It doesn't make it any more legal or less legal. But yeah, basically the general language, all advanced directives really has to do with these are thresholds of what I want. I value comfort more than artificial prolongation. I want this person to be able to interpret that. Or I want this person to know is like, no, if it doesn't look good, don't even, as my dad said, don't even think about it, talk about it, pray about it. Don't do that. You know, I don't want artificial, prolongation. I don't want artificial nutrition and hydration. So most of them have the same categories, even though it's written, all of these are all written by legislators. So, they're not user friendly, and they have similarities, but differences based upon each state. South Carolina does not have PADI, psychiatric advanced directives. Part of our requirements, mandates is to have it in our policy. What we would do if somebody brought one, say from the North state of New York, we would honor that, recognize it. But we don't have a statutory provision, in South Carolina to do that. We just follow the normal South Carolina healthcare power of attorney.
Okay, we have another question. It's, is there a place online where people can get the AD packet that the hospital offers, or is there a person that we can refer persons to who can help them with the issue of completing the forms?
Yeah, if you go to Spartanburg Regional, then go to the Directing Your Life Advanced Directives, and that will take you, it's got a telephone number and how to get information. Any of our medical groups of the Carolina now, as our physician groups, they're all supposed to be handing these out to their patients. So it has the package that gives you the information. And I don't know if the document's in there, and it tells you how to go online. But under Spartanburg Regional or Spartanburg Medical Center, all of those kind of lead back to the same place under advanced directives, advanced care planning. Should take you to a lot of tools, and you can even download that document for free. Don't go pay an attorney like my sister. You can do it for free. And if you got a question, call us or call that number.
I just put the web link in the chat for folks. So, okay. Are there any other questions? I don't see any more in the chat or in the Q&A. We have a few more minutes if there are any questions. We're starting to get thank yous.
Thank y'all.
So,
again, we can't say how much we appreciate y'all.
We thank you so much for participating with us and presenting this really important information for us. And I think everybody benefits from receiving that information, even if we do it over and over again. So,
right. Well, we're all
like
human nature.
Oh no, just someone saying thank you. So
yeah, it's human nature. We have to be constantly reminded. A lot of us keep saying, "I'm going to do that later."
right.
The running joke in our family is like, I always tell my wife, we keep talking about, we're going to lose weight, we always last, but we're starting in January,
Right.
So that's kind of a running joke and all that. So same thing, a lot of people are like, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that healthcare power of attorney. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't get around to it. And unfortunately, families are families, all of our families are like that. And you would think that's when families come together.
Yes.
But families fragment so very often, and there's heated arguments and debates, and who suffers is the patient, the individual, and that's the sad part of it.
Definitely. And COVID has just made that even more challenging. So,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah,
Well,
but
thank
the
you.
part,
again.
yeah. yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was like, the sad part is that we've been seeing a lot of people that have been fighting COVID, a lot of really long haulers, and they're just exhausted in their bodies, and they're starting to say sometimes it's like, I want to continue to try some things, but listen, I don't want to go back on the vent the third time
Right.
and all that. And so they really want to be, not re-intubated. And unfortunately, when they get really poorly responsive again, family members is coming in and go like, well, I'm sorry, but I think we need to do this anyway. And it's heartbreaking. And I mean, I understand that. I understand the family's point of view too, but I'm thinking like, it's challenging. These are really difficult areas, and it's not going to be easier in the middle of the crisis. This is what I try to tell my own family members. Is the easiest time is right now. It's not going to get easier. It's going to get more difficult.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly.
Thank y'all. We
Well,
appreciate
thank
everybody.
you so much.
Thank y'all.
Okay. Bye-bye. Okay. So we're going to take we'll say like a 10-minute break. So we'll be back at 2:06 to introduce our last speaker of the day. Hello again, everyone. So we will get started with our last presentation of the day. I'm going to just do a quick introduction of our last speaker, Jennifer Butler. Jennifer is a trained social worker. She has her license. She's a licensed independent social worker and a supervisor. She is the program director for the South Carolina Department of Mental Health's Office of Suicide Prevention. She also serves as the state lead for the South Carolina team in the VA and SAMHSA Governor's Challenge to Prevent Suicide among service members, veterans, and their families, and a team member of the SAMHSA Crisis Intercept MAP Pickens County team. She has been in practice for 26 years, with the last 23 years specializing in suicide prevention. She is the president of the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention, the South Carolina chapter, in addition to being the AFSP Advocacy Field Ambassador and serving on the AFSP National Public Policy Council. She is also a social work adjunct professor at 3 South Carolina universities, and most recently received the Order of the Silver Crescent award by Governor McMaster to her on September 22nd. This particular Silver Crescent Award is the most prestigious service award, and it recognizes those who have made significant contributions to the life and well-being of the state and the nation. So, Jennifer, let me make sure I can pull you up here. Let's see. Can you start your video? There you go.
Here I am.
There she is. I'm going to turn it over to you for now, and I'll be here to help with question and answer and chat and all that too. So like we practiced. So.
Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
And thank you everyone for being here this afternoon. It looks like you've had a great day of lots of great rich topics. So I'm looking forward to talking more with you about this intersection of faith and mental health and perspectives on those. I'm going to pull up my PowerPoint now, and hopefully we're good and you can all see it.
Yes, we can see it.
Perfect. And if there's any time you have a question or anything like that, please feel free to put it in the chat, reach out so that we can kind of have this open dialogue. That's what is going to help us decrease stigma and increase connection, is when we have open dialogues. So we'll be talking today about perspectives on mental health and religion. Just as a requirement, I have no financial disclosure or conflicts of interest to present to you today. And we're going to spend in the short time we have together today really talking about the role of faith-based organizations as those gatekeepers for not only those with a mental health challenge, but extending even further into those who are struggling in the midst of a suicidal crisis. We're also going to really look at how faith, a strong sense of faith or connection to a community of faith, can help with understanding and improving health outcomes regarding health education and health promotion and preventing against other diseases. And then really kind of honestly have these conversations about why is there stigma in our faith-based communities regarding mental health and suicide. So first, we're going to start with just 2 quick polls. In the first one, when you see the polls pop up, you'll answer, how much training have you had in mental health? So if you'll just click on whichever answer best represents the level of training you've had in mental health. And then as everybody answers, Maggie will magically make the results appear. Thank goodness she's here to help with our technology side, and Susan.
Okay, I think we can probably, looks like we've got
Post the results.
Yeah.
Excellent. What an awesome group to already have more than 6 hours of mental health training. That's fabulous. If you think about faith communities, many of them have a lot less training than that in mental health. Some folks may only have probably 2 hours and some not at all. So if we go to the next poll question, it's going to ask in a similar format, how much training have you had in suicide prevention? And again, if you'll just click on which one best describes the amount of training you've had. It's probably ready for the results. Okay, so we still have a greater number of people saying more than 6 hours. And then the next, it looks like the next highest category is 2 hours or less. And then the next one, 4 hours or less. So that's even more than the average public sector. So that's really, really promising. If you think about a faith-based setting, you'll know that a lot of churches, and particularly clergy, do not have access to suicide prevention training, either through their coursework in becoming pastors or pastoral counselors. But even as mental health professionals, if you think about, one of the things Maggie said was that I teach at 3 different universities. If you think about your own coursework in whether you're a social worker or you're an LPC, we did not get a lot of very specific training in suicide prevention. So asking our faith communities to already be equipped with everything they need to know to help address a congregation member who is struggling with mental health or suicide, that might be overwhelming for them. And that's why it's so important that we have these conversations to be able to support both ourselves, our communities, and our faith communities. So if we look at the goals today, we're going to talk about viewing the church as an existing resource for mental health support and services. Earlier this week, I met with Bethlehem Baptist Church here in the Midlands, and they had developed a mental health ministry. And this came out of losing 2 congregation members last year to suicide. And so really looking at how could they as a church add this in as one of their ministries so that they had an outreach to be able to have these open conversations. We're going to be looking at how we can increase mental health seeking behavior through those enhanced decision-making capacities involving education and resources, and really increasing the collaboration between mental health professionals and faith-based communities, not seeing it as an either or, but as this partnership in helping improve the quality of life for the individual that may be struggling. Those who attend church are more likely to use the church for mental health services, so it's even more important that we're on the same page. So let's talk about this faith leader connection. Faith leaders play a key role in supporting mental health and preventing the tragedy of suicide. Spiritual and religious leaders of all faiths have a long-standing tradition of advising and guiding people through the full arc of life, from birth to death. These leaders are important sources of hope and strength for their congregants. They counsel those in crisis, and they comfort and support in the aftermath of a suicide attempt or death. Following a suicide death, it is the faith leader who will, at a memorial service or a funeral, have a platform to encourage help seeking by those at risk and remind all of us to be alert of suicide and risk for that in their community. So what kind of stigma do you think exists, or does stigma exist in faith-based communities? And you can type in the chat if you want to. does stigma exist in a faith community regarding mental health and suicide? So hopefully we're going to be super interactive. Yeah, Maggie says sometimes seen as sinful. Yeah, Sarah, thank you. I think that there is stigma there. Yeah, the attitudes of clergy, as it says there, can influence how a congregation or how a faith community views mental health, how they view seeking help for mental health concerns and challenges. Attitudes, while they can be one-dimensional, they're very powerful, and they influence not only a behavior, but also how one perceives the information. A faith-based community has the general trust of that community. So, for example, we've seen during COVID where you've had churches that have set up COVID vaccination clinics, or they may have a work with their parishioners on how taking them for diabetic education or cardiac health resources. So they really have this trust, or they may have a food pantry attached to them. They have the opportunity to really influence the communication, the knowledge that is there in their congregation regarding mental health and suicide prevention. Yeah, so in looking at the question and answer, it looks like Sally said, yes, I think some folks feel more that their faith is inadequate if they have suicidal feelings or thoughts. Absolutely great point. And that goes along with what Maggie was saying about this feeling that perhaps I didn't pray enough, or that my faith is not strong, it's weaker than others because I'm having these feelings, or that suicide is a sin. And that can be what turns away individuals from really feeling connected at the time that we need them to feel the most connected, right? So if we look at mental health, and you all have had lots of training, so these numbers aren't going to necessarily be new to you. 1 in 5 of the population will be affected by a mental health disorder at some point in their life. That's about 14 million adults affected by depression. And only about 20% of those actually, though, are in treatment. So barriers to getting treatment include stigma and access. I don't know if you've already talked about it today, but on Tuesday, the National Mental Health of America Association released the State of Mental Health report and gave out the rankings for each state in terms of how mental health was, access to care, lots of things that came into factors about the mental wellness in a state. So for adult mental health, South Carolina ranked 21st in the country. For our youth mental health, though, we ranked 35th in the country. So our younger people are struggling a lot during this time. We're all struggling, right? It isn't just the pandemic. I think we talk a lot about the impact of COVID, and certainly we should do so because it did highlight for some symptoms that perhaps they had never experienced before, or for others who were already having depression or anxiety or feeling isolated, it brought those up and exacerbated those further. The pandemic certainly highlighted economic disparities, education disparities, all types of things, right? It was a great highlighter. But it wasn't just the pandemic. In the last 18 months, we've also really been struggling with things that can also challenge our faith, like social discord, like racial justice issues, natural disasters, economic insecurities, all of the things that led us to feel unsafe in how we even connect with each other. And at this time where all of these things were piling on top of us, we weren't able to go into our churches, into our synagogues, into our mosque. We weren't able to go and be together, which is part of what is a strength of a faith community. And during this time of the pandemic and everything else, with everything else going on, you know, we talked a lot about, and Maggie and I talked a little bit about this yesterday. We talked a lot about first responders, and we talked about teachers during the pandemic and those workers who carried us, right? Because they didn't close businesses down at grocery stores. They really carried the nation through this time. We didn't speak as much about faith leaders during this time. and how this has really impacted them. And it doesn't mean we shouldn't have had those conversations about the other populations or occupations. We should have. But it's also important to understand the toll this has had on our faith leaders. Not being there in the room with their congregations, not or having to minister and preside over lots of funerals, or not being able to go visit parishioners in a hospital setting because of COVID limitations. So as we have these conversations, remember, as we're talking about this perspective of mental health and religion, we're not only talking about the actual faith community or the faith leader and how they respond to their community, but we're also talking about how that faith leader seeks care and support for themselves. So this is a picture, an infographic that just kind of breaks down mental health even further. So if you think about these populations here in terms of adults with a mental health diagnosis that received treatment or counseling in the past year, this is a lot of folks, right? 45% of adults in any given year, according to NAMI, report a mental illness. 66% of adults with a serious mental illness receive treatment in a given year, and 51% of youth are living with a mental health condition. These things are important to look at, right? To look at the populations who might be at a higher risk or more vulnerable. But what I like to remind people of is that every one of us is vulnerable. We are all wonderfully human and all vulnerable to having moments in our life where our capacity to cope is overwhelmed by the darkness of our day or the darkness of our night. And our ability to access that part of us that knows how to cope, that is previously problem solved, just isn't as accessible. And especially during a suicidal crisis, we know from research that the brain actually changes. And your ability to access that part of your brain that knows how to cope and survive that moment is not as accessible as it normally is. So even though, like I said, it's important to look at these populations, remember, we should be asking, just like universal precautions, we should be applying universal precautions and checking in on each other. So if we look at this slide here, this is really the intersection of spirituality and religion and that individual experience. It affects the way we think, the way we feel, the way we behave. So consider that spirituality can be an inter, and a transpersonal experience that is shaped and directed by the experience of the individuals and of the communities in which they live out their lives. So in other words, there are internal, there are group, and there are community and transcendent elements to spirituality. And it's that interaction with a person's mental health that is likely to be complex and interactive and dynamic. I don't know about you, but as I look back at my own faith journey through my life, I can pinpoint the moments where it was stronger, where I was having more conflict in my faith beliefs, where I felt it was what I was desperately holding on to, and moments when I felt like I couldn't hold on at all. And so these dynamics evolve in our life based upon what is going on in our world and what is happening to us at that time. So what we want to do is consider the possibility of an integrated approach to understanding a person's mental health that assumes the relationship between the two, between religion and mental health, can be bi-directional and interactive and open to influence, meaning our spirituality or religion can help improve our mental health, and that our mental health doesn't have to be an example of not being strong in our faith or not being practicing in our faith. So let's talk about challenges. And we've kind of hit on a little bit of this earlier when we talked about stigma, this notion that if you're having a mental health challenge or you're suicidal, that it's a sin, that there's a poor relationship with God. The barriers are feeling shame and embarrassment. There can be a cultural mistrust when we look at, in one of the churches that I was working with last year, it was an African-American church, and one of the deacons said, Jennifer, we act like these things aren't happening in our church, and yet we're dying. And we have to have these conversations. This isn't something that we can keep secret anymore. We did a faith-based pilot earlier this year with 120 faith leaders from across the state in different denominations. And I remember one of the ministers talked about, she had decided right before Easter to talk about suicide prevention in one of her sermons. And she was ministering to 3 different congregations virtually. And she was sharing this with us after that Sunday. And she said, I was really nervous about whether or not I was going to be able to bring this up, because I thought my congregation would turn on me for having this conversation. And the feedback she got instead was, and it's probably one of the most beautiful things I've heard, is that one of her church members said, "Thank you for giving us permission to stop whispering about this and to have this conversation out loud." So I think even our faith leaders who may want to dip their toe into these conversations are still plagued with this same stigma and this fear of, will my faith community embrace that I want to have these conversations, that we have to or we need to have these conversations. The religious beliefs can also hinder whether or not clergy make referrals to mental health care, right? So if they are having some stigma-based thinking or surrounding what it means to have a mental health challenge or suicide, they may be less likely to refer to a mental health professional. They may be encouraging parishioners to only seek attention, with prayer or Christian counseling, and there is absolutely a place for that. There's also such an important partnership here that has to be dealt with, because we know that for many people, prayer alone is not enough to help alleviate depression or psychosis or mania or things like that. There needs to be an escalated intervention to come in conjunction with our faith-based interventions. So inconsistencies regarding treatment recommendations, again, can come from sort of a lack of understanding about psychological distress and the attitude regarding help-seeking behavior. So again, some of the research shows that in African-American clergy, that their stigma or their attitude regarding help-seeking may have an impact on the underutilization of professional mental health services and on the actual duration and course and outcome of treatment of those who sought the help from professional psychological services. So let's talk a little bit more about stigma or attitudes, right? So there's anticipated stigma in not wanting other people to know that we may need this. So we may be keeping our feelings and our experiences private because we're worried about the judgment we might receive from others. There's internalized stigma where we think we're weak. We should be able to handle this. I don't believe enough. We might also have this sort of community or feeling about, I don't want to be the person who needs this service. What's wrong with me? And for some, there's that intersection of stigma and their religious values, like we've talked about. Pastors here, again, I can't speak loudly enough to that last point on this slide, is that pastors are in a key position to provide the counter message that we are not meant to do life alone. We are not meant to only seek one way of coping or one way of living. We are meant to have a rich experience that involves as much as possible, right? That if something is going on with us, it is okay, and it is, but more than okay, it is fully appropriate to seek care. So some different approaches to looking at how we can do this integration between religion and mental health. The first is this religious community model approach. It approaches the treatment of mental illness based upon the clergy's comfort zone of counseling and views the counseling sessions as supportive versus treatment for their emotional instability or mental illness. So it looks at how does the clergy form a relationship with the actual mental health professional so that they work in partnership to help improve that individual's quality of life. And what that may look like is that The clergy starts out as that sort of crisis manager where they identify, they see a change in someone, or a parishioner comes and speaks to them and says, this is going on in my life. And they provide that comfort and that support, and then the linkage to that mental health professional. And then as the mental health professional helps to stabilize that individual, it is the congregation that the individual is going to go back to for support. So you don't want to have this either or. You want to have this integrated approach where even if the patient is open to it and it's appropriate, bring them into the session, the faith leader, and talk about how can we involve you, for example, in a safety plan for someone who might be suicidal? How can we connect them to resources in your community? In our work, we had a church in the Charleston area that said that part of what was going on with their parishioners was that they had barriers such as transportation and childcare, and in terms of accessing mental health treatment. And so they were working on what could they do to provide childcare and what could they do to provide transportation so that individuals could go to a mental health appointment. That's a beautiful partnership with the mental health clinic, an opportunity to make that easier for that individual. There's also approaches in terms of education. So really about how we engage the individual. So following the lead of that client. If spirituality and religion is important to them, leaning into that, being willing to have those conversations. When I'm talking to master's level students about, do you talk about religion in your counseling sessions? It's interesting because a lot of them will say, absolutely not. That's not a place for us. That's not our lane, right? Which faith leaders could say too to us. They could say, talking about mental health is not my lane. That's your thing. And I need to be over here. But the truth is, if I look at social work and looking at the biopsychosocial, a holistic person, spirituality is a part of us. And so if we are following the lead of the client and they want to have these conversations, we need to be ready to have them, or at least be ready to help them find someone who can do that. It also looks at this approach to clinical competency. So again, sort of that I don't feel comfortable talking about religion because maybe that's not my competency area. And from a faith leader's perspective, perhaps mental health has not been part of their competency. So how do we work together? How do we ask our faith leaders to come in and provide us education on how we can work with our clients and honor that spiritual part of themselves? And vice versa, how can we go into our faith communities and provide them support on mental health training and suicide prevention training? In other words, it doesn't matter the educational level of the person. It's really about how do we come together to respond to the needs of our community and decrease the personal limitations. There should be a balance between the two in order to appropriately approach mental illness and meet the congregant where they are. So let's look at some factors of mediating the relationship. So coping styles of the individual. These could be positive coping styles or negative coping styles. So for example, let's say that I am engaging in an unhealthy coping style, such as drinking to manage my anxiety. That may impact how forthcoming I am with my clergy, because I may see myself as not only struggling with the fact that I'm feeling anxious, but also struggling with a behavior that I may worry may be judged in the church setting. Looking at locus of control, this is where an individual believes that they have some power over a given outcome, and it's usually associated with better mental health other than an external locus of control. So the more that I feel like I'm in the decision-making place, that I can move forward and make some decisions that will help me in having a better outcome. So social supports and networks. This is why faith communities, and I'm going to show you some graphs here shortly that really show how it improves health outcomes. So when we are connected to a community, it decreases isolation, it provides strength to our family and our social networks, provides that sense of belonging, self-esteem. Spiritual support can also be helpful in times of adversity, feeling like you can count on the assistance of others. Physiological effects, negative effects can inhibit your immune system, can increase your risk of infection, elevated blood pressure, stroke, all those things. But if we counter this with meditation, with silent prayer, contemplative services, that actually has been shown to reduce levels of norepinephrine and cortisol, showing less stress and mental health problems. Then there's this thing of architecture in the environment. And you may be looking at that circle going, what does that mean? Well, what that's looking at is actually going to a building that can lessen stress. So the actual brick and mortar. So this is something that our faith leaders struggled with during the pandemic, as well as just members of congregations where I couldn't go into a church service. And so I'm watching from Zoom at home, which is helpful, but doesn't have that same feel of being in a shared space and talking in a shared language about a shared faith. And so really being able to open doors and say, okay, can we find a safe way to share space together to help our coping? The precise mechanisms which the beneficial effects occur, so those, all these things here that you see on the screen, these are what help with pre-existing mental health conditions, physical health conditions, can help and influence and enrich our life. All right, so let's talk about the benefits for mental health in terms of being part of a religious service or a faith community. So one study found that people who attended religious services showed a 22% lower risk of depression. Veterans who identified themselves as highly religious or spiritual showed higher levels of the things you see there: gratitude, purpose in life, post-traumatic growth, and lower risk of depression. Also, in a study of people receiving treatment in a mental health facility, 80% used religious beliefs to cope with daily difficulties, with 65% of them reporting religion helped them to cope with symptom severity. So again, this connection to something bigger than themselves, something higher than themselves, is helping them get through difficult days. So when we look here, this is a chart showing the relationship between religion and health outcomes. So the majority of published research is consistent with the notion that religious practices or religious involvement is associated with beneficial outcomes in mental and physical health. So if you look here, you'll see the beneficial outcomes in that dark color, mixed outcomes in the lighter blue, and then harmful outcomes in red. So across all of these conditions, and these are a mixture of both health and mental health, you see this stark increase in beneficial outcomes, far outweighing any harmful outcomes. So if we look at mortality, 75% of the published studies conclude that higher levels have a sizable and consistent relationship. So substantially meaning that this really looked at the association between the degree of religious involvement and survival. So the higher the religious involvement, the greater the survival. With depression, approximately 333 million people around the world suffer from depression. They're also at increased risk of use for hospital and medical services and for early death from other physical causes. And yet 100 studies examining religion-depression relationship are reviewed, and they found that 68% of those articles said there was a decrease in depression related to that involvement with religion. 87% of the study showed with suicide that there was beneficial outcomes when they were connected to a religious community. Those who attempt suicide but do not go on to die by suicide, 90% of those will not go on to die by suicide at a later point in their life. And largely that is because after the attempt that they survive, they are then connected to care, not just mental health treatment, but stronger community supports and social networks. When we look at drug and alcohol abuse, both chronic alcohol consumption and abuse of drugs is associated with an increased risk of morbidity and mortality. And yet, when connected to religious outcomes, there was a less tendency to use or abuse drugs, about 87% less, And for alcohol, 94% less use of alcohol. In delinquency, 78% of these studies reported reductions in delinquency and criminal acts when associated with higher levels of religious activity. So when we see this graph, this is really looking at, again, this well-being outcome. So to summarize this research, what it's really showing is that higher levels of religion involvement are associated with increased levels of well-being, hope, self-esteem, greater educational attainment, and that this really shows this critical intersection and critical need for these partnerships. So let's talk about the faith leaders themselves. This is a quote from a pastor, Jeremy Oldenberger, that says, as a lead pastor, I can count on my hand that how many times people have asked me how I was doing with anxiety and depression. People think that we as pastors are above the pain and struggles of everyday life. And at the end of the day, we're just like you. So faith has proved to be a solace to many church attenders, as we've just kind of spent a lot of time talking about, contributing to lower rates of suicide and also higher rates of happiness. So it's really difficult to reconcile how a visible and engaged church leader isn't among the saved. Pastoring is one of the most high-pressure jobs in the nation. According to the Soul Shepherding Institute, an organization that exists to care for the mental well-being of pastoral leadership, 90% of pastors work 55 to 75 hours a week, and 75% of them report feeling highly stressed on any given week. Most are managing family life with demands of pastoral care, which usually comes with an unending stream of requests and responsibilities. Most of you see pastors at work on a Sunday morning, but preaching is merely a fraction of the scope of their work. I encourage you after today to really think about reaching out to your faith leader, if you have one, and checking in with them, because even those stats weren't during the pandemic and weren't during this year. So we know the burdens have been heavier on them. So how do we cultivate hope? We look at this phenomenon of the church as having a powerful potential to affect the health of half the population. We're convinced with the church, with a vigorous life of worship, education, and personal support, together with the promotion of wellness, has more of an impact on the health of the community than an addition to of a hospital or another doctor in town. So look at that part of that sentence again. The vigorous life and worship, education, and personal support, together with the promotion of wellness, has more of an impact on the health of the community than adding a hospital or a doctor. Right now, this is a hunch. In 5 years, we'll have the data to prove it. But we've seen that, right? We've already seen these graphs really showing you the data of these health outcomes. So let's talk about attitudes and gatekeepers. When we're in trouble, when we're struggling with a mental health concern, we don't always immediately reach out to a counselor. We reach out to our neighbors, to our friends, to our family members, to our faith leaders, to our faith community. That's who we first engage with. So we need folks to know how to engage, how to be this gatekeeper, how to have a healthy conversation. So anticipated outcomes, the goal of the initiative of really this partnership between religion and mental health would be to decrease the stigma, to provide a process that is community oriented and locally implemented. The gap that is due to stigma right now in the church misperceptions of mental health can only really be dealt with again in these small pockets, but also as a collective. Empowering initiatives can lead to health outcomes that are viable to decreasing disparity. So utilizing those churches as a formal system is ideal for the community. The African American church has conquered so many hurdles alone. However, I believe it's time to build a trust from the scientific community for added support into our faith communities. So I wanted to show you this map. Last year, we began searching the Department of Mental Health for a way to reach out to faith leaders to begin this open partnership of education and training and support. So we launched a faith pilot called Suicide Prevention in Ministry Settings using a training from Living Works called Faith. It's about a 6.5-hour online self-paced curriculum that faith leaders take that covers from how do I address whether or not suicide is a sin or how I feel about mental health, all the way to if I had to minister from the pulpit about either one of these subjects, or if I had to preside over a funeral after someone has died by suicide. It goes through that entire spectrum. But we didn't want to just provide this to 120 faith leaders to just take an online course. We wanted to have these broken down into 3 different cohorts, and they met for 90 minutes once a week for 4 weeks and processed as a cohort what they were learning and what they were seeing in their congregations and what they were going to do with this training going forward. It is a Christian-based training for now. They are looking at expanding it into other religions, but it was across all denominations of Christianity. And so you can see here where you see the little flags. These are where we had pastors and faith leaders that stepped forward and said, I want to be a part of this pilot. We're going to be launching this in in 10 counties with another 10 faith leaders per county. And so we'll be doing another round of faith, but we're also going to, on January 19th, in partnership with the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention's South Carolina chapter, we'll be hosting Soul Shock, which is a training that will be open to all religions and all faith leaders who want to come and again learn together in that space. Here, it'll be held here in the Midlands to talk about mental health and suicide prevention as faith communities. So this is a start. It's an important start, but it's only the first in the step. So one of the things that came out of that faith pilot was that many of the faith leaders said, we want more. This can't be the end of this work that we're doing. So a core group of them have begun the South Carolina Faith Coalition for Suicide Prevention, with their mission statement being addressing suicide in our faith-based communities, promoting hope and abundant life for all. So Pastor Greg Van Dyke down there has given me permission to post his email address so that if you are interested in learning more about the Faith Coalition, joining the Faith Coalition, please reach out to him so that we can increase those red flags across the state, that any community that any individual walks into, that they are provided with more care. Some of the other things that we've been doing is working on postvention. So, for example, you can imagine if you lose someone to suicide, the toll that can take on a congregation, but also on the family within that congregation, whether they are ready to discuss whether or not it was a death by suicide, or even if they are ready to, how that tests their own faith. What a funeral looks like when a faith leader is up there saying, well, how do I embed hope in a providing over a funeral of someone who has died by suicide? How do I carefully navigate those waters so that I'm not leaving individuals that are in the pews feeling guilty that they didn't stop it, or that they missed a sign, there was something there that they didn't see. The reality of those who die by suicide is that we don't always have all the pieces to the puzzle. I lost my first friend to suicide when I was working on a psychiatric unit in the York County area. And he was a psychiatrist. And I can remember the day before he died and seeing him at that nurse's station and noticing that he was a little bit more withdrawn, but he was always a quiet, contemplative fellow. But I share that story with you to say that I remember that day. I remember him standing there because he died the next day. I don't know that the day would have stuck out in my mind so much because he was a quiet person in general. And so I share that to say, after he passed, we learned that there were friends that knew a piece of the puzzle. His business partner knew a piece of the puzzle. His family knew a piece, but not everyone connected the dots. And so it's also about helping our faith community say this wasn't something that we missed if someone dies by suicide. and helping them in the wake of a loss. How do we respond with appropriate post-vention support? So there is a specific training and resources that we provide to congregations or that we can help connect them to if they would like that in their communities. Some of the other things that are happening, in one local church, they have decided to try and train their entire congregation of over 1,500 people in suicide prevention, because that is really the best practice goal, is that we're all trained in it, just like we are with CPR. As well as there's another local church that is looking at training all of their leadership, their church leadership, and all of their ushers. So let's say that it's a Sunday morning, perhaps, and someone walks into their congregation. The first person they're going to encounter is the usher. And that person needs to know what to look for. And then that person, as the church leadership said, Jennifer, they're going to walk them directly to me, and I don't know what to say. And so it's this, how do we make sure that these gatekeepers feel some measure of confidence and know how to respond and know what resources are in their communities? So in conclusion, being a gatekeeper, and I'm just going to pull these all up so we can talk about it. Being a gatekeeper of many things is an automatic role of the clergy. So they are on deck for everything, right? Their role of gatekeeper specifically for mental illness has yet to really be fully identified or exposed. So this is where we as a community have an opportunity to say, here's what we need from you as faith leaders, and here's what we'd like to give back to you as faith leaders. Clergy's overall attitude regarding mental illness in general can place a heavy weight on the utilization of psychological services, but I do see that shifting. One of the great things about the pandemic was this is the first time in our nation's history that we have discussed mental health and suicide in the context of a public health pandemic. And we've had a lot of conversation about it. Not enough. We have to keep the talking going. But I do see that shifting in terms of clergy's overall attitude. And offering clarity to the role of this gatekeeper in religious settings provides formal mental health services that can better align with the needs of, in particular, the African American faith-based community, for example, or increase cultural awareness and increase the access to care. So Maggie, are there any questions or any thoughts or?
I don't see any questions in the Q&A or the chat right now. Does anyone have any questions for Jennifer? Please put them in the Q&A or in the chat.
Or even any feedback about what, if you have seen these things change in your own faith settings. Oh, awesome, Sally. Yes, I'm so glad you're going to share this with the ministers. Absolutely. Please do. I always say resources are only as good as how many people know about them and how many people share them. So please share Pastor Greg's email address. Please share mine. Mine is, I don't think I had that on the slide, but we can certainly, I can tell you it's jennifer.butler@SCDMH. So that stands for South Carolina Department of Mental Health. So scdmh.org. So you can email me. We love to send out resources. So particularly if there's been a post-vention need, we will send information on grief and loss. We will send, lifeline flyers, crisis text line flyers, things like, even we've had some churches recently. South Carolina has a mental health screener. It's a self-check interactive screener, which is different than most mental health screeners online in that it is not answered by a computer. It's answered by a live person that either is with the Department of Mental Health or DAODIS. And if you look up that website, it's hope.connectsyou.org. So hope.connectsyou as one word, .org. And that mental health screener has a ton of resources on the right-hand side. But the way that screener works and why churches and organizations are adding it to their own website, a link to it, is that it's a way for individuals to dip their toe into figuring out how they're feeling. So what happens is that I can choose to log in anonymously and choose my own user ID. So for example, let's say that I decide to take a screen. And so I log in, and it's a secure server that actually is operated out of New York. It's not even, the server itself is not even local. And so I would take the screen and I would answer questions about depression, anxiety, trauma, substance use, work, eating disorders, suicidal thoughts, prior care. It asks if I'm a first responder or a service member or veteran or family member of one of those, because there's specialized services that we can offer to them. And let's say Maggie is answering the screener that day, that she's working for DMH, and she logs in and she sees that Tar Heel 55 has completed a screen. And then what she would do is respond back to me, and she'd say, "Hey, Tar Heel 55, I noticed that you said you were feeling more depressed, that you're having some suicidal thoughts, but you don't really know where to turn because you're feeling pretty isolated." And it makes sense to me because we're in the midst of really finding ourselves feeling isolated and disconnected, that in the last 18 months, connection has been so much harder. I'd like to talk to you about resources. And so I then have the opportunity to choose to continue to dialogue with Maggie. And I can log back in and say, "Yes, Maggie, I would love that. How do I get connected to resources in my community? I don't really think I need to go to the mental health center. Do you know of any pastoral counseling? Or maybe I do need to go to the mental health center." And so then Maggie would write back to me. And again, I can dialogue with her as long as I need to until I feel safe to go to that next level of care. So it's a wonderful resource that allows people to really address stigma and maintain anonymity, but still be connected to a live person. So there's a question: are there resources for those who are atheists or have no spiritual leader without intruding their beliefs? Yeah, I mean, none of the mental health resources are really driven specifically to religion. This talk was just based upon if individuals were in need of connection to a faith community, that how that can be supported by mental health and vice versa. But I think you make a really great point that it isn't really appropriate for every conversation with every patient, which is why in one of those slides, we talked about really meeting the client where they are and following their lead. If that isn't what is right for them, then that isn't something we're going to really delve into or push anyone's beliefs onto them. So there are all the mental health resources are open to anyone, regardless of their belief system or whether or not they have a spiritual leader at that time. But great question and great point.
Any other questions for Jennifer before we wrap up? Doesn't look like it. Well, Jennifer, thank you so much for being with us today and sharing all that awesome information and all the things that you're doing to help out our communities here in South Carolina. I know that's become very obvious to me in getting to know you, is all the great things that you're doing.
Well, I thank you, but it really is a community effort. It's a statewide effort. And I think that there's a lot of really important things and partnerships happening in South Carolina that we can all lean on to take care of each other, regardless of religious setting. We can all lean on each other during this time.
Absolutely. Yes. And that's really what we want, of course, at MHA, is to try to increase those connections so we can reduce stigma overall, about mental illness and keep having these conversations. So, well, thank you so much. I'm just going to wrap up here with everybody and make sure we've crossed all our T's and dotted all of our I's for the day. Let's see here. Okay. So everyone, I just want to remind you two things. You're going to get an email in a couple of days about the continuing education credit and how you go about getting that. One of the things will be an evaluation that we need you to fill out in order to get the credit. But all of that will be explained in the email from Holly Cook, and Holly will also send any of the resources that we received from our speakers that needed to be updated. We'll definitely do that. The other email you're going to receive is from MHA Spartanburg, and it's just basically to give you more information about our next educational endeavor, which is in just a few weeks, as you've seen on the slide today and during the breaks. And we will be having that at our lunchtime, our noon hour for our lunch and learn in November. I would like to take just a few minutes, and you may have an opportunity also on the written evaluation that you'll receive from Holly, but I love to hear or see and chat any ideas about topics that you might be interested in for this type of education in the future, whether it's a symposium for our symposium or even just one-time seminars or one topic of presentation. So I'd love to see any suggestions that you have, since we've got a few minutes to do that. And if you don't, or that's fine too. You're welcome to think about that and add that in the comments section on the written evaluation that you're going to receive from Holly. Okay. Well, I think we're done for the day. Thank you all so much for participating with us, and have a great evening. Bye-bye.